All right. Like, share, subscribe, hit the notification bell, support the channel. Here we go. Here we go. I was talking to some friends today. People are, really got all different type of emotions based on the situation between Carmelo and Austin. And those that are really high strung with racial issues, that's coming out. Those that have been bullied, they're having emotions over this. And I can kind of understand where everybody's coming from. I definitely understand. I think the racial issue is somewhat valid. Um, the jury selection was a bad choice. You know, I think sometimes the system could make things appear to be more fair, and I don't think they did a good job making it appear to be fair. It's a predominantly white area, all white jury, judge, prosecutors, DAs. I think the family picked the wrong lawyer. The lawyer allegedly used to be a DA. That's a conflict of interest. Um, a lot of times, when families find themselves in legal situations, those type of legal situations, they really don't know much about the justice system. So they have to try to figure out, in some cases, bond money that they have to try to deal with. Then they have to try to find out to raise the money for an attorney. They have to try to find an attorney, which a lot of times they'd be in the dark, right? So a lot of times they'd be in the dark. So, like they said, the parents didn't pick the attorney because they didn't pick the lawyer because how would they? How would they know how to pick a lawyer? How would you know how to pick a lawyer? See, if you're involved in crimes like I was, and you catch a case, let's say you catch a case for illicit substances, well, you're usually associated with people going through that. So they send you to a lawyer. You are around people that deal with lawyers. But when you're a hardworking American citizen, I could say most American citizens don't know nothing about no attorney, whether it's for a lawsuit or a criminal case. It's nothing that Americans are really familiar with, to be honest with you. So now you find yourself having to find an attorney. Now, this family, this black family, made a horrible mistake by moving into that area. I do understand a lot of times as black people in the United States, you want to have a nice home. You want to live in a nice neighborhood. But if you're black, you have to consider racial issues, which aren't necessarily nice. So you don't want to jump out of the frying pan into the fire, right? Right? So I'm totally against black people moving into predominantly white areas, especially if they have children, because you're going to subjugate your children to racism because there's going to be a percentage of people that are racist. So this is not a judgment on whites because it's going to be a percentage, right? So it's not like you're going to go and it's a racist school, but uh, you're going to be around races, and there needs to be enough black people there to balance that out. Also, you could be children could be unknowingly racist based on the fact it's a lot of them and you're the strange kid, you're the black kid. So that could create like a racist bullying situation where since you're the black one and I'm a bully, it's a lot more easier to just bully you. You won't really have any allies. If I bully this other white kid, they're going to have some allies, but you're not going to have any allies. Now, the problem with the justice system is they need wins. They need wins. And so this lawyer for Carmelo could possibly help his friend get a win. Right? You see what I'm saying? He could possibly help his friend get a win. I'm not sure what happened to that money. And then I'm really not sure if you're honest like that. So your question could be loaded, right? So I can't really, based on your picture use, I can't really trust you. And so you're not gonna be honest. So, your questions your questions are not really legitimate. It's obvious. I mean, we're not gonna play crazy, right? So yeah, your questions is not legitimate. Goodbye. So I'm not dealing with the trolls. I'm not dealing with the racism. I'm not dealing with the racial outbreaks. I'm not dealing with it. Maybe you can find somewhere. There's always a bunch of misinformation. That's a great point because uh, there's a 600K account they didn't have access to. See, so somebody knows what's going on with that. They might not have had access to it. And so, you can't, you never know. So they've been trying to get access to the funds off the GoFundMe. Those situations get crazy. So there's no telling why they didn't get access to the funds. That's a lawsuit. Sue GoFundMe. Foundation of Black America is going to have to practice suing, and young Black Americans, Foundation of Black America is going to have to go to school to be attorneys to specialize in lawsuits, because we have a lot of them, but we don't have the representatives to go get the money. And so that's something I would advise parents to look into. Our children have to go into medical and have to go into law for sure. For sure, Austin's family is going to come after that money. You're 100% correct. But they should not be able to win, because you can't sue me for what my son did. And so that would be, in my opinion, legally, that would be an illegitimate lawsuit. It would have to be something that the parents did. You can't sue me for something my child did. That just definitely should be not. Come on. You can't hold me responsible for my child. You can hold adults responsible, but you can't sue me for somebody did that's not old enough to buy liquor. If they're not old enough to buy liquor, uh, then they're not responsible. So how you going to sue them like they're responsible? So I don't think they'll be able to sue the family, especially considering that their son was bullying. I'm throwing that lawsuit out. Your son went over there and got stabbed. Nobody went to your son. Your son was the aggressor. Your son went and put himself and helped create a hostile situation. Okay. You understand? And he says Anthony was charged as an adult, so they can't sue the family. Yeah, they can't sue the family anywhere in my court, because your son wasn't innocent. Your son was guilty. Okay? Austin is guilty of antagonizing the situation. He's not innocent in any type of way. He is solely responsible for the situation. If you put this situation on, if you had to put it on one person, it would be on Austin. If I'm over here and you're over there and you come over here and there's a situation, the beginning of the situation starts with you coming over here. So this situation is Austin created this situation, and his three buddies that was with him, his brother and whoever else was with him. They created the situation. In no in all reality, and but you can't sue their parents either, because they're kids. They're all kids. They're all kids. Okay? They're all kids. They're all kids. So I've been thinking about this situation, and I used to run track. I used to run track, and I've tried out for the basketball team. And I used to run track, and I used to go to track meets, and I used to go to basketball games, I used to go to different things that we would do as a high school, right? Yeah, I've seen all of that. His lawyer didn't show out that he should get a retrial. He'll probably get a retrial, but his family chose to move into a extremely white area. They have to take responsibility. They should have known. They took their black son and put him in a hostile environment that they should have known was going to be hostile. Make it make some sense. And so, from the side of Carmelo Anthony, his parents are responsible for putting him in that situation. 100%. Because America has a race hate problem. And white America has a race hate problem and a bully problem. And if the racist is the bully, right, the other ones aren't going to do anything. So when you mix bullying with racism, and I go to a white school and the guy that's racist bullying me is a bully, I'm not going to get no help from the other children because they're scared of him. So I'm not going to get any help because bullying is a part of white American school culture, grade school and high school. Bullying. If you go back and you watch Leave It to Beaver, remember the bully? If you go watch Charlie Brown, bully. It's been documented in cartoons and TV shows that bullying is a part of the culture. Because it's in America's an individual culture. See, places like Africa is a tribal culture. So the tribe ain't gonna let you bully somebody else in the tribe. But in the individual culture, where people all go back into their private homes, yeah, it's a bully culture. See what I'm saying? In the inner city of the foundational black American culture, there is a gang intimidation culture, but it's not actually bullying, right? So it's a little intimidating, but it's not straight up bullying. Yeah, gangs won't just pick on you because you little, okay? Sophomores will get into it with sophomores, you know what I'm saying? Seniors will get into it with seniors. They won't just be a senior gang member and try to pick on like an eighth grade or, like that. But the white America has a habit of have a problem of picking on the smaller ones or the minority, that don't have the numbers to stand up to you. Right? The whole thing was cowardly from Austin because he's the predominant race and this black kid is there and what are you doing? Right? So I'm looking at the situation. I've been thinking about the situation and thinking about the situation. And I went to school. I went to public school in a black neighborhood. and my parents sent me to a Lutheran school that was white and black as a seventh grader. And I didn't have any problem with the seventh grade white dudes, but two or three, specifically two of the eighth grade white dudes, they wanted to do me like how Austin was doing. Because I'm black and I'm an underclassman. Right? So I've experienced it, but we were in Chicago. We wasn't isolated in a white city. Also, where the school was at, blacks lived all around there. Also, the blacks at the school was like almost half and half. So it wasn't like I'm just 2% of the school body. There was almost just as many black kids there as the white kids. But the black kids that's been going there since they was little had already been intimidated by those that probably no longer go to the school that are older. So they were already a little bit passive. But by me already growing up in the black community and going to school from 5 years old up to sixth grade, I was already dominant. And so the bullying didn't really work out so well because I was with it. I was with what we doing. And I could always have my friends come up there. Well, Austin's in the area where there is no friends. There's nobody to go get when he goes home to come up there to tell him to leave him alone or nothing. His parents sacrificed their son, as far as I'm concerned. Sometimes black Americans, they think they want to, and this is what white Americans have a problem with that too. Black Americans won't fix their own. They try to run somewhere else. Oh, it's better over here. It's better. It's better over here. You know what I'm saying? And so, black Americans have to, foundation black Americans have to fix their own communities and fix their own schools and invest into their own communities and invest into their own schools and go to school and come back and be teachers and educators in their own schools. But I'm think now tonight I'm gonna talk about the actual situation. So we have a track meet. It's raining hard outside. They're in a tent, right, from the Memorial High School. Memorial High School is the host of the event. So first off, to tell him to get out of your tent when the event is being hosted at your school is savage, is brutal, is rude. There's nothing Christian about you. It's evil because that school was the host of the track meet. So imagine my school hosts the track meet. So we got the tent because we're at home. You come from another school, I tell you to get out my tent. So Austin Metcalf's parents did a horrible job. Their son had no decency. He had no courtesy. He had no hospitality, and he wasn't neighborly. Right? He wasn't neighborly. He was horrible. That's a reflection of uh, his upbringing. His upbringing uh, was horrible. He had no hospitality. How you going to throw somebody out at a tent at a school where the track meet is held at your school and you're the host? You're the host. Memorial High School was the host of the event. You understand? There's not going to be a policy for that, Mary. You know that. That's not going to be a policy. There's no such policy. You're the host. It's cut and dry. You're the host. Let me give you an example. I get out of public school. I go to seventh, eighth grade. When I get to high school, and in seventh and eighth grade, we go to a Lutheran school. So at this Lutheran school, when we have sporting events, they're against other Lutheran schools. But even though we're opposing Lutheran schools, we are still the Lutheran family. So no matter what Lutheran school you're at, talking all this Christian stuff, that's still your comrade. So if you're in that area where they went to school and those schools were competing, technically, their school family, okay? Their family, their educational family. That's why you're competing. You're in the same division or the same area. You're that group. And what happens in sports is y'all compete in that group, and then somebody's the champ in that group, and then they go and they do what? Compete with somebody else when the state compete. And everybody from this group cheers from whatever school came out of that group. You want them to win against the schools that came out of the other groups. So technically, they were educational family, basically. You, we play against you all. We lose. We shake hands, and we say good game. Something that Austin wasn't taught. Good game. We're all kids. We're happy to be around each other. We're all kids. We're all seniors, juniors, freshmen, all of us. We're high schoolers in this area. We're educational family. So now this is the problem. I went to school. I went to sporting events. I ran track. I ran cross country. I was really good. So allegedly, they're in this tent. Austin and three other boys walk up on Karmelo. Okay, time out. There is supposed to be an adult close to that situation. There is no way that there was no adult supervision in that tent. It is impossible with adult situation for kids to get to the point where they're getting ready to fight at no decent school. This is a fact. When you go to school and you're in the auditorium or something like that, and it's a bunch of children, it's a teacher there, a teacher there, a teacher there, a coach there, a coach there. They're sprinkled around those children. There was not supposed to be enough room between them and the teacher for anything to happen. This is a clear lawsuit. This is a lawsuit. because it appears that the children wasn't monitored. This is a fact. Clearly, there was no monitor there. How a group of boys walk up on a boy and have a disturbance? No, they're not going to be at their own tent because the event is at the other school. The event is at that school. That school is the host. That school is the host. If we go to play at Zion Lutheran School, they're going to be the host for everybody. The tent is for everybody. Your school is not going to bring no tent to no other school at no event. That school is the host. What, you going to bring your own soda machines too? They were the host. The tent was for all the kids, okay? Listen, the tent was for everybody. It was a tent for a track meet. It wasn't a tent for the kids at that school. It was a tent for the track meet. It started raining, and as a hospitality, are you going to tell the other kids to get out your tent and go out in the rain? You're not. Your school is not going to bring a tent. All the schools. So if it's 10 schools, they supposed to bring 10 big old tents. Make it make some sense. Austin was talking crazy. That was not their tent. They were the host. If you're the host, it's not your tent. You're the host of the event. Memorial High School was the host of the event. The event happened at Memorial High School. Other high schools do not have to bring a tent. When you go to their high school, they're going to supply that. They go to your high school, you're going to supply it. The idea that all the high schools were supposed to bring a tent, who believes that? The tent is there in case it's bad weather or the kids want to go sit down, get the refreshments, and relax. They had a tent perched up in the bleachers. It started raining. They got the tent because they the school, they want to look great. But you can't perch a tent up at your school and tell all the other kids y'all can't come under our tent. What that sound like? What that sound? Let me ask you a question. If you're a school hosting an event, can you tell all the other kids from other schools they can't come under your tent? Put it in the chat. Give me some yes or no's. Chat's too quiet. If my school is hosting an event and we got a tent up, can I tell all the other children that they came to my school, they can't come under our tent, but they're at our school? You at our school. No, he was trying to make him go out there in the rain. He was trying to make the boy go out in the rain and get wet. Get from under here, go out there and get wet. And he's black. It's pure racism and hate. No sportsmanship, no decency. And guess what? No supervision. Lawsuit. Lawsuit, lawsuit, lawsuit. No supervision. Period. No supervision. Carmelo's got a knife. Lawsuit. Where was the metal detectors? Lawsuit, lawsuit, lawsuit. Memorial High School and that whole school district, lawsuit, suit, suit, lawsuit, lawsuit. There can be nowhere where there is not parental supervision. There can be nowhere where there's just a whole bunch of children and there's not an adult in that crowd. I went to school, I went to a Lutheran school, and by the time they would have walked up there, a teacher would or a coach would have said, "Hey, what y'all doing?" Just like that. That never would have went that far at any decent school. There is no decent school where them four boys would have been able to walk up to that boy and there's a disturbance and there ain't an adult like right there, right there. There was no obviously no adult right there that could see that. I've never been to a school event where there was an adult could not see everything going on. Y'all been to school? You ever been to a school to a big event like that and there's no adult close? I went to a Lutheran school. In the morning we had chapel. And we would come in the gym and go up in the bleachers. And when we go sit in the bleachers for chapel, there's a teacher there, and down there. There's not no big space where there's not an adult. Football game, there's no big space where there's not an adult. Basketball game, there is no large space of children where there ain't no adult. I've never seen that before. This is a lawsuit. Imagine I babysit your son, right? And you come home and I tell you your son then went and turned the stove on and burnt himself. Ain't you gonna say, well, where the hell was you? You got school security and all that. It's a lawsuit, though. It's a lawsuit. Both both families have a lawsuit. The Anthony family and the Metcalf family both have a lawsuit because Austin shouldn't have even been able to do none of that, and Carmelo shouldn't have. They shouldn't have been able to do nothing to him either. This is a clear. This is a clear. Listen, the school should be sued for millions. The Board of Education in that area, because I've been thinking about this, and I can't see nowhere when I was in school that could happen. Fights happen after school, off the premises. Fights ain't happening in the school. Period. There's hall monitors in the school. That's what I'm saying. Jason, come on. I don't care if you're white or whatever. Tell me, all y'all out there, whether whoever side you're on, tell me I ain't lying about that though. They fail Austin because Austin is a child that had got kicked off the team and wasn't even supposed to be there, and the coach let him be there, but ain't nobody watching them. These is kids. Nobody's watching these kids. No metal detectors. How does he have a knife? Listen, how in the hell does Carmelo have a knife up at the school? Let me ask you parents something. Are you cool with your school going to kid and going to a school event and what some of the kids got a knife? Y'all cool with that? Y'all cool with your kids going to events in the school and some kids got knives and weapons? At track meets, At good schools, there's absolutely security. There's absolutely there's absolutely adults in them bleachers at track meets at good schools. Absolutely. I ran track. Absolutely. He had a tool. Was it metal? He wasn't supposed to be able to get in there. If he had a tool and it was metal, he wasn't supposed to be able to get in there. He wasn't supposed to be able to do no 1989 stuff in 2026. Am I lying? It is 2026. Everybody got to get searched. Is it just me? It's 2026, right? Everybody don't got to get searched. Listen, my daughter went to Lindblom. When she got to the door and you open the door, there's armed guards there, police like, and metal detectors. Facts. My son went to Simeon with Derrick Rose. When you open the door, there's guards there, there's metal detectors. There are metal detectors. There are metal detectors. And that was back in the 2000s and 7s and 10s. It's 2026. It's 2026. Man, look, over the past 10 full years, there have been 1,957 recorded school shooting incidents at K through 12 campuses across the United States. You telling me that you ain't searching them kids? You ain't searching them kids? In 2026, you're not searching the kids? Boy, ain't no way this boy getting in there with no metal nine. He can't even come in there with scissors. What you wouldn't know, you can't come in there with these scissors. You can't come in there with no sharp objects. Take your ass to courtroom and have some scissors. Go to court with a pair of scissors in your purse. Go. How he got a sharp object? How? And how they walk all the way up to him and kick something off? Where was the adult? Like, where was the adults? Like, way over there. Like, where was the adults? Because they're supposed to be adult, like right there. Like 2 rows down, adult. Over there, 4 rows down, adult. Down on the thing, adult. That crowd's supposed to be sprinkled with what, 7 to 10 adults? You can't take our babies and our children with no adult supervision. Clearly, if that popped off, there was no adult supervision. None. Can't nobody tell me nothing. I went to school here. I went to school. And I went to music college. And I haven't been to no event or nothing that didn't have plenty of adult supervision. As a matter of fact, when we would have like homecoming dances and stuff, they recruit mothers to come up there homecoming night. They recruit parents. I ain't never been to no school. I ain't never been to no school where you could walk up and have a fight that don't get broken up in 2 seconds. Or there could be I have never been to no school where you could be like, hey. By the time you go, hey, and he go, hey, they have to break it up. I've never been nowhere where you could just do that to nobody. I never been there. I never been there. I've never been where that could happen at no at no track meet or no basketball game or no football game. I ain't lying. Because it'd be parents at the track meets, footballs, baseball games, and basketball games. It'd be a lot of adults at that stuff. Like you go to see, I used to go to my son's track meets. They ain't tripping. They don't give a damn about this in prison. They don't care nothing about this in prison. That's people outside saying that. They don't care nothing. And they don't care nothing about them little boys in prison. They ain't, prison ain't going up over that. In the prison, they are working together to get each other listed substances. They working together. It's just you stay over there, you lift weights over there, you lift weights over there, you lift weights over there. If the Aryans is bringing in the illicit substances, we ain't finna beef with them. That's how we all in. That's how we getting our stuff. Or if the Hispanics bringing it in, the leadership work together in there. The leadership of the Hispanic, blacks, and whites are working together in the prison system to do other illegal things between the groups. They're exchanging tobacco, substances, all type of stuff together. You can't just go and attack the other race. You got to get sanctioned for that. And then that's got to be discussed between the leaders and the other race. You cannot just go in there and just send the prisoner. That's people don't know. They ain't outside. They don't know what you're talking about. They not sending the prisoner over them little boys. Okay. They don't give a damn about Austin in the prison. Come on, man. They got bigger problems. You think they care about Austin? Somebody getting carried out on a stretcher in the prison every day. So you think that ain't no big deal in prison where people getting poked up every day and airlifted? People getting airlifted out of prison. In prison don't get all up in their panties in a bunch over no violence. In prison, they're like, oh, well. In prison, man, I don't care nothing about not that like that. He gonna be okay. They ain't true. You know what I'm saying? In prison, they ain't gonna look at this. They ain't gonna look at Karmelo as a problem. Because in prison, they're gonna say you did what you're supposed to do. He ran up in your face. Prison sanctioned, y'all don't understand. Prison sanctioned what Karmelo did. You ran up and you got dead. In prison, he was right. In prison, somebody ran up in his face and he cut him, he poked him. In prison, he was right. In prison, they like, dude stepped up and got dead. In prison, they not like fakes outside like that. They're not gonna teach them. They're not gonna treat them honorary or nothing like that. No, they're gonna still grape them or whatever, like they'll do anybody else. He gonna get the same treatment everybody else. They ain't honoring shit in prison. You know what I'm saying? In prison, they ain't honoring me. I got to go in there and get my damn respect. They not honoring him or hating him. He just food if he ain't ready. Ain't no black dudes gonna be like, ain't no black, if he come to prison with me, it ain't, to us, it ain't gonna be no black white situation. It's gonna be like you stood on business, he ran up in your face. We wouldn't give a damn what color he was. It could have been another black dude. In prison, it could have been anybody. They ran up in Shorty face and he handled his business. In prison, they gonna look at it handling your business. They don't give a damn about that racial stuff. That's the racist, the racist people that you see, them punks. Like when you see racial dudes trolling, Those not no real Ku Klux Klans or Aryans or nothing. Like them trolls that be out there with the microphone and tagging like Chud. Chud ain't no real racist. Chud ain't no Aryan or nothing like that. He not that. They don't do that. They don't do that. Some weirdo will take over a group of Ku Klux Klan and have a march. But them white supremacy groups, they don't believe in marching and all of that. They just believe in being prepared to handle their business, and that's it. They ain't them bootlegs. Them not the real ones. Period. Real white supremacists don't hate blacks. They hate Jews. Ask them. I got friends that's white supremacists. I got white supremacist friends. For real. One of them he taking his eyeball out. They don't hate blacks. They teach we don't want to live together. They against living together. That's it. You do your thing, I do my thing. That's what they teach. They don't teach hate blacks. Any white supremacist teaching that is fake. He's bootleg. They are under a Nazi philosophy and they hate Jews. Facts. They ain't got no problem with me unless I go into their bar in their area. And then that's when they're going to beat me up. Because why am I coming in there? Go to your own. This is ours. But they just not up in the prison beefing like that, getting the prison shut down, losing all of that. Nobody want to be in lockdown like that. They ain't in there doing that. How I become friends with a white supremacist? Because my boy lived in an area I don't want to say, and they lived across the street from him. And one of them stopped being a white supremacist, right? So one of them, he stopped being a white supremacist. So all his friends were still coming around, right? So they was white supremacists, but they ain't active white supremacists, meaning they was white supremacists, but they said it's trash because they right, they was white supremacists, but they say it's trash because they say that the elites controlling everybody. So they like white supremacists that woke up and realized, oh, this is some bull. You know what I'm saying? We hating the blacks, but these Trump billionaires is robbing everybody. So they woke up. So they're not really active white supremacy like that. You know what I'm saying? And then I used to be around some white supremacists in the county jail. Some Ku Klux Klans and Nazi ones. I used to be chilling with them, sitting at their table, talking to them and shit. They was cool as hell. That people got a false. They not. They just don't want you breeding them out. They don't want you. They don't want you to breed them out. They don't want you. They want you to do you. They problem with blacks is you won't do your own thing. You keep running behind their stuff. I agree with them on that. Every time they get something, you want to come be in that. Like this situation. This what they don't like. They don't like Carmelo Anthony parents. Why you move out here? Why you didn't stay where you was at and fix where you was at? We out here fixing this. You got places where y'all at. And I don't blame them because why you tearing down what you got and then running out here? Take your ass back and fix your own stuff. I agree 100% with blacks not fixing their own community and then want to move out to a white community tomorrow is better, that's an insult. Like, what you mean is better? It's because you ain't want to fix your own. So if you leaving somewhere because it ain't no good, how them people supposed to like you when your area was raggedy? As far as they concerned, you gonna make their area raggedy. It's just like it's just. And listen, let's take black people. My mom and them got a nice house and all that. She go to visit her old friend. She see roaches. She make an excuse. We leave. She never let that lady come to our house. You know why? Cause my mama thinking she gonna bring roaches. Ain't no blacks in Frisco. Stop lying. Stop lying. Why you over here lying? Look, black or African American residents represent 9%, 9 to 10%. Stop lying, bro. 9 to 10%. That area is mostly Asian and whites. It's Asian and white, bro. Stop lying. Stop lying. Stop lying. Okay? Stop lying. Okay? Stop lying. Stop lying, bro. 1 out of 10, bro. I don't know why people just don't. I don't know why people think because I'm in Chicago, I don't got relatives in Texas. I've been on the phone. Man, listen, I ain't doing all that. Man, I've been on the phone with people in Texas right now. I've been on the phone with people in Texas right now, and they said, I don't know why she moved that baby out there. It's bad out there. Texans, black Texans told me it's real racist out there. I don't know why she took that baby out there. Hold on. Hold on. This big Pharaoh. Hold on. Stay right there, Diamond. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Stay right there. No, let him stay right there. This big Pharaoh. You know what I'm saying? This big Pharaoh. This big Pharaoh. Hold on. I don't even know how you argue somebody that's almost 70. Hold on. Hold on. Hey, look, I'm finna put you on live. Don't say your. I'm just gonna ask you one question. I'm gonna hang up. All right. I want you to answer this question. Okay. All right. Hold on. Is that area where that situation happened at? Is that area really racist? Yeah, out there where the situation happened with Carmelo Anthony. Do a lot of black people live out there? So not many, huh?
Not many.
And people in Texas, they don't really go in them areas too much, do they?
The ones that live there.
I'm talking about black Texans that don't live there. What they think about that area?
Oh no, 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 no. They don't go there.
All right. I'll talk to you later. I rest my case. I had to call somebody from Texas. Stop talking to me. Okay? Stop talking to me. Case closed. You know what I'm saying? Case closed, Big Pharaoh. What I got to call five more people in Texas? It's Texas in this phone. Listen, man. Stop talking to me. I done told you. That area is notoriously racist. And it ain't hardly no blacks there. It's white and Asian. Period. Wasn't no blacks at that school but a handful. And Indians, but there ain't no blacks out there. Everybody in Texas already know that. Would I ever move to a place like Colorado Springs? No, hell no. Too boring. I can't move to no slow ass place. I can't live nowhere slow. I'm born in Chicago, big cities, bright lights, lots of women. I'm not moving nowhere where it's just a couple of women here and hell no. Hell no. Ain't no way. And especially right now, what they got all of these data centers drinking up all the water. You think I'm leaving Lake Michigan? Y'all ain't finna have no water. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to get some property. I'm trying to get some property around these Great Lakes for when you move here. You see, you just think of Chicago, but I think Lake Michigan. You see, all the best settlements was around the water. Show me a big settlement that ain't around water. And you can't drink salt water. So the best settlements in America are by lakes. And the bigger the lake, the bigger the population. Because you got to have water. This is some other type of, and like I told you, we're going to get back to the conversation. When you go on these vacations, stop flying. Especially if you got children. Drive so your children can see the landscape. And you're going to notice when you drive and you get in your car, you leave Chicago and you drive west, you're going to get out on the highway and ain't going to be nothing there. And you ain't going to get to no big city till you get to some water. When you get to the water, that's where everybody live at. Prove me wrong. Show me anywhere in this country where they live, where it ain't a water source, an aquifer or something. Human beings live around the water. That's why they got that big old gully thing in Vegas trying to have water come in from the mountains. But Vegas is finna be empty. Why you think Vegas is closing? Why you think Vegas is empty? Because them people know they finna run out of water. That's a whole nother video. I'll talk about it again for people that miss it. The Colorado River is finna go so low that 7 states ain't gonna have no electricity. You understand? No 7 states gonna have no electricity. None. Why you think they couldn't put out the fires in California? They ain't had no water. They ain't had no water reserve. Yeah, look it up. I ain't did lives on that. People just don't be listening. You think I'm finna leave Lake Michigan? Whatever. Y'all need to study. You know what I'm saying? The Colorado River is shrinking due to a combination of severe climate change induced hot droughts and a century of water over allocation. Flows have declined about 20% since 2000. And as 1922 Colorado Compact expires, the U.S. government proposing up to 40% supply cuts to Arizona, California, and Nevada. I don't know. People don't be listening. I ain't did lives on this. I don't know. People don't be listening. Now, I'm not. Why would I leave Lake Michigan? I'm sitting on a gold mine. Look, there it is. The 7 basin states that rely on the Colorado River include Arizona, California, Colorado, Nevada, New Mexico, Utah, and Wyoming. Prolonged drought and overuse have reduced the reservoirs along the Colorado River to record lows. If water levels drop too low at the Hoover Dam or the Glen Canyon Dam, hydroelectric generator will stop, severely impacting the grid for millions of people across 7 western states. I've been telling y'all. I don't know. I got to look at their water source. No. If you want to move around the Great Lakes, if you smart, buy you a home near one of the Great Lakes. If you smart. If you don't listen. If you smart, go and do the research on data centers, see if y'all running out of water, and move. Let's take a break and we'll finish the original conversation. If you're smart. Because we trying to get up around Lake Huron, Lake Erie. We trying to get property around them right now. We're going to finish. So I'm good. I just walked to the lake. Yeah, the lake. I walked to the lake. You know what I'm saying? Y'all don't gotta listen. Yeah, I walked to. I'm not gonna never run out of water. Yeah, I walk to the lake. Smart. Stay there. Get some more investments there. If you can buy some houses there. XYZ, buy some cribs. Because they coming. You're going to be able to get like 5 times your money for them. Because the West Coast is coming your way. Florida too. Florida running out of money. Georgia, I mean out of water. Georgia, because they get the water from the aquifers. And those are drying up. Why you think they just had that big fire in Georgia? They couldn't put it out. Georgia and Florida is sharing water. You understand? Georgia and Florida is sharing water. I'm just saying, listen, I give y'all game. Like, you know what I'm saying? Get you some property by the Great Lakes and get yourself settled and bunker down because they coming. Right now they trying to figure out how to divide up the water. Off the top, the government saying they're gonna give California the most water off the top because California is the oldest state. The rest of them got to fight over. Vegas in trouble. They're in the middle of the desert. So Vegas going to be like a ghost town. Ain't nobody gonna be in Vegas. Ain't nobody gonna be able to keep them air conditioners on out in that desert. Florida's sharing water with Georgia underwater, the aquifers. Florida, Florida, Florida. Man, listen. I'm gonna get back to the conversation. Don't say I didn't tell y'all. That's one thing good about watching me. You pick up a little other knowledge. Bow. Yes, Florida is currently experiencing a historic widespread drought that has been categorized as the state's worst dry spell since 2012. Approximately 78% of Florida is under active drought conditions, impacting more than 18 million residents across the state. Same for Georgia. That's why you should share, subscribe. You should be following me if you want to know what's going on. If you want to know what's going on, you should be subscribed to me. If you are goofy, then subscribe to the goofies. That's all I can tell you. I do my responsibility to the community. Georgia is also entirely under drought conditions, with 78% of the state experiencing extreme drought or exceptional drought. Ah, ah. Hello, this Big Furrow. Share, subscribe, hit the notification bell, support the channel. You'd have to pay to go to school, but you don't want to pay me. Once again, data centers consume billions of gallons of water annually, heavily driven by artificial intelligence boom. A large hyperscale facility can use up to 5 million gallons daily, equivalent to the consumption of a small town of up to 50,000 people. Okay? What you want me to tell you? It's real in the field. So back to this situation though, right? The the Anthony and Metcalf family need to get together and they need to sue because None of this is really Austin or Carmelo's fault. This is the Board of Education's fault. Because when we send our children up to your school, you're responsible for teaching them how to act. You're responsible for watching them, right? And you're responsible for their safety. Okay. So if you let all this happen up at your school, why would we blame the kids? Why would I blame Austin? Because Austin wasn't expecting nobody to be unalived. He was just sitting there tripping. You know what I'm saying? Being the bully that his daddy and brother knew he was. And his brother hurt, but you helped your brother bully because your brother was big. So why you had to go over there with him? This is to Austin's brother. Austin was big. It's only Carmelo. Why you had to go over there and three other people with your brother unless he a punk? So we needed four people. See what I'm saying? Now the father, you didn't do a good job. You didn't teach your son to be a stand-up dude. That he was big and he had a brother, and leave people alone. Leave people alone. This is how we raise our sons. Don't let me find out you out there bothering people. Don't let me find out you out there bullying, bothering people. Leave them kids alone. If don't nobody bother you, don't you bother them. And that bullying culture that white America let happen, or mess around and go up in the White House, you're going to try to bully the wrong country, and then a lot of Americans going to get hurt because you're trying to take that bully culture into the military. And you try to tell other people what to do. You're trying to tell them, I can have a nuclear weapon, you can't. Who is you? Who is you? So I just feel it's a doggone shame because, you know, this a lawsuit. Them kids didn't have no parental supervision. Am I lying? Did they have adequate parental supervision? Seriously. Y'all went to school. That never would have happened at no school I went to. Never. There was no way Austin would have went up in no track meet where I was at and went up and got in no kid's face. Once they would have seen a group approaching one boy, somebody would have jumped in. What is y'all doing? Boom. They let them walk around. See, a lot of these schools, when you got these young racist students and you got older racist teachers, they turn a blind eye. A lot of times, some of these teachers, they try to suck up to the students. And I'll tell you something else too. When your son go up to the school, we're going to get heavy. And your son up in the school and he bullying everybody. And the administrators know it and don't do nothing. I'll tell you something. One of them administrators might try to seduce your son, try to sleep with your son. On my soul. Parents, white parents, black parents, you have to be careful of grown men befriending your baby. I'm telling you. I'm telling you what I know. Do you know how many men? Do you know how many white men? I'm going to keep it real. You ain't going to hear this nowhere. Do you know how many white men go to prison, lock in with the white supremacists, and get raped by the white supremacists? I never said none of that. I never said none of that. Where you get that from? I never said none of that. I never said none of that. I'm talking about this particular situation. I never said none of that. You on some type of racist weirdo stuff So you want me to say something that ain't got nothing to do with what I'm discussing? I'm discussing Memorial High School that ain't got no hardly no black students. So what you want me to talk about black schools at a white school? Nah, he on some racism stuff. He not even listening. He not even listening to what I'm saying. He don't need to be over here. He got his panties in a bunch. He not listening to nothing I'm saying. He's not listening. He has some other type of ulterior concept. So no matter what I say, Russell not gonna hear it because he's already hell bent. Oh, he want to have a racial discussion when clearly my discussion ain't racial. If I say both parents need to sue, right? So he's slow because the title was anti-racial because the title said that both parents need to sue, right? So Russell's slow because there's nothing in here that's leaning towards black or white if I'm saying both parents should sue, right? Right? If I'm saying both parents should sue, that don't sound like I'm picking no side, right? So Russell on the yellow school bus, right? So he's slow. You know what I'm saying? He got racial issues and he want to bring up a bunch of stuff when we already know that there's bad people in every race on the planet. We already know that. We already know it's good Chinese, bad Chinese, good Japanese. Bad. We already know that. So he want me to teach you something that's elementary, right? Right, right. That's off subject, right? Because in America we know there's bad blacks, but it's hidden the drug abuse, the molestation, and the crime in the white neighborhood is the one that's hidden. The amount of welfare that white Americans get is hidden. They make you think black Americans getting all the welfare. White people getting all the welfare. They make you think black people's poor. White people are poor. White people is sleeping in their car. White people is homeless. White people's in the penitentiary. And that's a fact, but they don't, it's not, we don't live in an honest society. And white people also use their militaries to bully, okay? Okay, they use their legal, you know, everybody know what kind of president Trump is and that he not qualified. Everybody know Trump's not qualified to be no president. Everybody know that they always said you couldn't be the president unless you had a political experience. Ain't that what they told Barack? You don't got enough political experience? Okay, what is Donald Trump's previous political experience? Okay, checkmate. None. No, the rules for one group ain't the rules for the other group. It is what it is. That's why this happened, right? Because they not watching them kids. They wasn't watching them kids. And they didn't just fail Carmelo, they failed Austin. That school failed Austin. Put him in a position where he did something and lost his life. Because there wasn't no parental, there wasn't no listen, man, show me where you'll take your kids to a nursery school, right? Or preschool, and you cool with no parental and one of the kids beat your kid up real bad. Ain't you gonna ask, nobody didn't see this? Where I come from, the first question is, where was the teachers? Where was the parental security? Who was watching them? How he walk over there with three boys and get into that and nobody don't see nothing? I went to school. That school need to be sued. That never would have happened at Luther High School South. I went to a Lutheran high school. We used to go to track meets all over, And it ain't no way there would have even been a fight no further than maybe look like you finna fight, and them teachers finna say, hey, because there was supposed to be parents scattered out in them seats, but it wasn't. I've never been to no school event where there was an adult right there and right down there and right up there. A lot of times they have one teacher at the top behind everybody. Am I lying? They don't be having teachers in like one of the top three rows in the bleachers. You got coaches there, right? Then parents come because parents want to watch their children because it's open to the parents. There is no way that should happen. And there is no way Carmelo should have had any metal object in no damn 2026. Hold on. Let me ask a question. Should Carmelo had any type of sharp metal object in 2026 up at the school? Or is it just me? Is it me? Whatever Carmelo poked him with, he should have had that? Why nobody ain't saying nothing about that? How the hell? He should have had a sharp object? Because if he got that sharp object, guess what? He could have had a gun. He could have had a gun. Carmelo could have been right there with a gun, and any of them students could have had a gun. Any of them students could have had a gun. Tell me I'm lying. Tell me I'm lying. If Carmelo had a sharp object, a metal object, could not any of them students had a gun? Yes or no? Put it in the chat. Yes or no? Did that listen? Put it in the chat. Could a kid had not had a gun in there? Put it in the chat. Yes or no? Yes or no? Because it looked like a kid could have had a gun up in there. That school looked like a kid could have had a gun easily. They wasn't watching nobody. That's why them boys, that's why one going to prison and one is under lock because of the school. They should sue, sue, sue. They should sue. Because them boys is babies. That's why I can't really I don't really hate on Austin. Austin a baby. Austin is a reflection of the white people he was around. That's what he was. He got that from the older boys, passed that down. Older white boys passed that behavior down to him. When he was a freshman, when he was in eighth grade, he seen older racists, bullies, and he emulated older bullies. Nobody want to take responsibility for how they did Austin, because they did Austin bogus. I know white dudes that was 40 before they said, for I was 40 before I found out that was stupid. They was 40 before they stopped being racist. Because they was just around a bunch of bozos. And once they got married and knew somebody different and got out in the world and started traveling and being around people from India and Portugal, they said, man, bro, man, I grew up, man, and I got to traveling, man. And I started realizing, man, all that racist stuff is nonsense. Yeah, he was copying. Yeah, for sure. I went to them schools. I came out of public school. I went to Lutheran schools. I went to Lutheran schools. The coach said he didn't need him there. Love Queen. The coach said he didn't need him there. He had kicked him off the team. But then he said, okay, you can come and work to try to make things better. But how you gonna bring him back? But the coach, where was you? Nobody questioned the coach. Where was you? Where was the assistant coaches? You ain't had no parents there nowhere. I ain't never seen. I ain't never seen where you could do that at no sports event. I ain't never seen it. I've seen fights break out on the football field. I've seen fights break out on the basketball court, but I've never seen where you would be allowed to get a disturbance going in the bleachers because there'd be too many adults there. There'd be too many adults at sporting events. The whole bleachers and stands be sprinkled with adults. That's a fact. They everywhere. That's what I'm tripping on. They be everywhere. Y'all went to school. Y'all know I ain't lying. When you go to the basketball game, how many teachers be in sitting out there with y'all? How many? Police too. But it's parents there and all type of stuff. Cause dads and stuff come to watch their kids. So how was they able to just wild out like that with no parental supervision? That's a lawsuit. That's a lawsuit. I bring the facts. Let's look at it. Schools have a legal and moral duty of care to protect students from foreseeable violence during school sponsored sporting events. While schools cannot guarantee total safety against unpredictable criminal acts, they are required to take reasonable preventive measures to minimize known risk. Meaning, he ain't getting in there with no sharp object, right? And you ain't running up on nobody in the stands, right? Key responsibilities. Duty of care. Schools are responsible for ensuring a reasonably safe environment, which includes proper supervision in and around the venue. And proper supervision, when I went to school, is adults sprinkled in the stands around the kids. There cannot be no big space of kids sitting together. There got to be supervision sitting in there with them kids. You cannot just get up over there, come up over there and start no fight. I ain't never been to no school you could do that. And I've been to track meets all over Illinois. That's what we do. That's what we do in high school. We go to football games a lot. And we go to basketball games at the other school. And I've never been nowhere. And I ran track. And I've never been nowhere where you could have got away with that. I never been nowhere. And in 2026, come on, y'all. That school need to be sued. In 2026, in 2026, come on, keep it real. In 2026, keep it real. What there done been 2,000 shootings? And he in there with a sharp object? Come on, man, that's a lawsuit. That's a lawsuit. The Metcalf got a big lawsuit that he got in there with a sharp object. And the Anthony family got a big lawsuit that they didn't have adequate supervision. Those two families got huge lawsuits, huge, multi-millions, more than they can get. The Austins The Metcalfs can get more from the state and the city and county and the Board of Education than they could get from the Anthony family. Facts. Because obviously there was no administrative supervision. If they listen, I could prove it. They'll say prove it wasn't adequate supervision. I could prove it. Young boys like that will not make that move if it's too many adults there. Facts. If you got adequate supervision, Austin and his brother and their friends would not make that move. They made that move because they seen there was no adequate supervision. That's a fact. I grew up a young boy, and when we do stuff like that, it's because we can. It's because that means it's wide open. He was walking around like it was his school. There was no supervision. That's a fact. There was no supervision. The way that story tell, the four of them walked up on it, no supervision. None. 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 And then Shorty got a sharp object. Once again, no supervision. How he got a sharp object? These is kids. Listen. Facts. My daddy was a CTA bus driver, so they didn't want them to have like guns. But a lot of CTA bus drivers would carry knives. So when I was a little boy, they carried changers on them because the bus drivers had to make change. They didn't have the automated buses now, like now. The bus drivers used to carry a changer and make change. So my daddy had like a military box with his changer in there, and it would be knives in there. And I would steal my daddy knives to take them up to the school. Right? So now when I get caught with the knife or I cut a kid with the knife, they're going to paint the story that I bought the knife out there to cut the kids. But no, we bought the knives up there on some goofy stuff. We bought the knives to show each other, look. That's the only reason we bought them. Now, if something pop off and we use them, that ain't why we wasn't taking a knife up there for violence. We were taking them to show off. Show your friend, look, I got my daddy knife, look. And then he go back, he come the other day, this is my brother knife. And we would all bring the knives to school, but we wasn't bringing them for violence. We was bringing them for show and tell. Am I lying? I didn't really think about bringing no knife to school for violence. I wanted to show my friends, look, I got a knife, look at the knife. I'm not even really thinking about a knife and using a knife. All I know is I ain't supposed to have it. That's all I know. And for little boys, we love stuff that we ain't supposed to have. You know what I'm saying? Call us. Am I lying? Little boys love stuff they ain't supposed to touch and they ain't supposed to have because they curious. Yeah, we love stuff we not supposed to have. Love it. I remember we found the Playboy magazine with some cards with naked girls. We were super excited. I took them home and hid them and never pulled them back out because I didn't want to see them. I don't know nothing about naked women. I just wanted to have it because I wasn't supposed to have it. One day I just went and got them and threw them in the garbage because I had been hiding them for 2 years. They was just behind my baby picture for 2 years. I realized, I don't know why I got this because I never looked at it from the day we found it. We found them in an abandoned house and we split them up. And the reason we split them up and kept it because it represents something we ain't supposed to have. So it's valuable. If you're stupid, if you're a stupid kid, stuff you ain't supposed to have is highly valuable and highly sacred. Just so GP, just because you ain't supposed to have it. We learned that in the Bible. That's the biggest mistake. What's the first mistake in the Bible? The first mistake in the Bible is when the Lord God told them, whatever you do, don't touch that tree right there. And now we know through history that's the first one they're gonna touch. Even God learned the lesson. I shouldn't have pointed that one out. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I should have put it up. You know what I'm saying? God should have put that tree up. Like why you put it up? You God or you the Lord God, you should have put that tree way up on the mountain where they couldn't get it. That's your fault. You sat it right there and point out, say, "Hey y'all, I know y'all ain't paying no attention, but you see that tree right there? Whatever you do, don't touch that tree." You know, when I was growing up, they had this little outhouse that all the parents would buy, and you would put water in the back, and you would sit it when your guests come. You would sit it on the living room little table around where the couch is at, and it say, "Do not open," and you would sit it. And the trick was your mama got it sitting there, and she got her girlfriends over there. And then when your mama go in the kitchen, she hear one of the ladies say, "Oh," and they laugh. That means she opened it and he turned around, he would pee on you. It'd be fresh water. And when you open it, the little boy turn around and he pee. He shoot water on you like a water gun. And so it was a big setup because the person told not to touch it, but they're gonna get busted because it's gonna pee on them. And so they used to set you up and then come back, mind your business, girl. They're like, "Bessie, you too much." So they used to sell those. Watch. And he was in a little outhouse because when you tell people don't touch nothing, that's the first thing they're gonna do. There you go, right there. Y'all remember him? Who remember him? Well, y'all might be too young. This little boy right here. And when you open his outhouse, he turn around and squirt on it. Hillbilly outhouse or novelty toy. I forgot what they call this one. P and Boy novelty uh, toy gag gift. I need to order one. They're gonna be worth some money. I need to get one and put it up because it's known when you tell people don't touch something, they gonna touch it. You know what I'm saying? It was known. So I kind of feel bad for both of the boys. I feel bad for Austin's brother, Hunter, and I feel bad for Carmelo because it's kind of like adults was behind this. You know what I'm saying? Adults they let them children down. They let them children down. You know what I'm saying? They didn't have no that school. A lot of times these white schools, because it's racism, and they just look the other way. A lot of times these schools, because it's bullying, and they don't like the little kid that's being bullied, that they let it go until the little kid come up to the school. In most of these cases where you see the school shooters, the teachers betrayed those school shooters, never protected them, let the kids bully them. Because let me tell you something. In a white society, they bully each other. They already be bullying the one white kid. So now when you black and you come, they switch it off of the white kid and put it on you, right? And then when they can't bully you, they'll go back to bullying their own. So when I got out of eighth grade and I went to Luther South, right? You had white bullies up there, and they couldn't bully us because we like to fight. So they would bully their own whoever weak. They would bully them. And I protected a lot of white dudes from bullies, from white bullies. That's how I became friends with a lot of white dudes because I don't like bullies. And I would tell them leave them alone. And then because it was this white Lutheran school and blacks was sending their children into that culture, there was some black students that tried to emulate this European bullying culture. And then they wanted to start bullying. Because when I was a freshman, I had a friend named Wayne, and he was kind of more a project type kid. The parents tried to help him, send him to a Lutheran school. But he was my good friend because he used to live not far from my house, so he used to come to my house. So when we went from the grade school to the high school, there was a black dude that tried to bully my friend because we like freshmen and he like a junior. You know what I'm saying? But my friend, he wasn't really a street like that. He wasn't a punk enough. He was just a regular young kid, but he just a freshman. You a junior. You know what I'm saying? But I really was outside in the neighborhood with the lynchmen gangsters and the stones running from them and stuff and built up, strength. I'm still finna go to this basketball court. I'm gonna get in this dice game. I'm finna be outside. So if you got a problem, it's just gonna be what it is. I had to tell dude, I had to step in for my friend and tell my friend leave him. I had to step in and tell this junior leave him alone. A black dude, he was gonna bully the freshman black dude. We both was freshmen. Me and dude was a junior, but I wasn't with none of that. So I had to tell dude, hey man, leave dude alone. We gonna have a problem. And the junior was a punk because I was a freshman. Why he didn't do something? Why he folded when I said something? I'm the same age as dude. Why he folded? You know why? I dissed him in front of three more juniors. Period. And ain't nothing gonna happen because it's a Lutheran school and public school's out on another day. And if I ain't got no comrades up here, I'm finna bring my boys from the block up here. Yeah, it's finna be a problem. If y'all trying to outnumber me, y'all ain't even built like that. A grown ass junior and we freshmen and you picking on this dude. This dude don't even know you. They try to make him a laughing stock. But the dude was doing it was a punk. I ain't gonna say this. He became like a musician. If I said it, you wouldn't believe it. I ain't gonna put him out there like that. He became like he was doing music. I ain't gonna say what kind because you'll be able to figure it out. I went to school with him. But he stood like, why are you trying to? I hate bullies. I don't like no kind of bully, no black one, no white one. No, I don't like no damn bully. I don't like bullies. But if a bully get out of hand, that's the administration. Because I'm telling you, it get to a point where everybody at the school know this person bullying the other kids. Everybody be knowing it. Look, at these schools, they be knowing who the bully and they be knowing who the victims are. They be knowing. They be right there witnessing it. Because some teachers want to be in with the cool kids they sell. Bullying ain't no part of life. Get your ass out of here. Bullying, no. Bullies getting beat up is a part of life. Get your ass out of here. You must be a white man. You must be a white dude. It might be a part of whatever culture you come up in, some weirdo culture. Bet you'll be the first one to say, put the guns down when a young person pop you. What about that? What about when you bully somebody and you bigger than them and they pop your ass? See what I'm saying? I'm not promoting violence, I'm just asking you a question. That's what about when the guns come out? See what I'm saying? And these same people say they're against gun violence. But if you bullying somebody and they can't beat you physical, what they supposed to do to get you back off of them? This will be the first guy to say gun violence ain't no good. And you're gonna bully the wrong person's kid, and they daddy like me gonna come, and then when I come, I'm gonna do you and your. I'm gonna want to see your daddy, Russell, on my soul. But get out of here, you dark energy. Yeah, you dark energy. Bully is not no part of nothing. That's fake. Even when you look at animals, they do not bully. Once the dominant one get his position, he do not bully the other wolves or the other dogs. Dude is lying. If you raising pit bulls or whatever, the head put pit bull, he gonna get his position, and then that's it. He do not pick on the other dogs. Dude is lying. Dude is lying. Nowhere in nature do the head lion pick on the other lions or do the head. No, he lying. He trying to say that because he promotes racism, and racism is an unnatural way of living. He promoting racism. That's why he's saying that. He promoting racism. And he lying. You don't know what he's talking about. Bullying is not natural. Period. Period. Bullies. Listen, in the animal world, if the mother got some cubs or some babies, it could be kittens, and she see the one kitten is picking on other kittens, you know the mother gonna get that kitten. You know that, right? The mother's gonna put her mouth on the bully kitten and squeeze it and make him squeak. Dude don't know what he talking about. With animals, the mothers will not let nobody pick on her baby. Will not let one pick on other babies. Dude don't know nothing. This a fact. They have to get along. The mama do not allow none of her puppies or offspring to mistreat the other one. That's a fact. That's a fact. That's an absolute fact. Go look in the wild. You ain't gonna see no animal pick on the other one. The bigger monkeys go play with each other. They better not come and mess with the little monkey. When the grown monkey see you a big monkey and you go pick on the baby, the grown monkey grab you. Yeah. No, ain't no bully in nature. He lying. He lying. He don't know nothing. That man don't know nothing. That man don't know what he talk about. Because the biggest one can't necessarily fight the best. That's why you don't know what he talk about. The biggest one can't necessarily fight the best. The one that a lot of people try to be bullies get beat up. Yeah. How is it natural when you got beat up? If it's natural, then you wouldn't get beat up. The other kids will let you bully them. Nobody let you bully them. So how is it natural? If it was natural, I just let a dude bully me, right? It's natural. Natural my ass. Leave me alone. What's natural is leave people alone. Leave me alone is natural. He trying to say it's bullying. You see what I'm saying? You see, people like that hide on the internet because if you knew who they was, you could have authorities, you can have educators, you can have people watch him because he's a detriment to his community. The person that said that, he don't need to be around no other people. I'm telling you. The person that just came in there and said bully is natural, see, He need to be watched. He need to be outed and watched because he should not be around other children. Because he telling you if he a senior, he'll pick on the freshman. He telling you straight up he a low life. Because typically, bullying is a punk. Typically, a bully is somebody afraid somebody is on size and pick on somebody else. You know what I'm saying? A bully is not natural because they ain't natural to be no coward. And bullies is cowards. Bullies be selective bullying. Facts. How is it natural when you're doing it selectively? It be selective bullying. Tell me I'm lying. If it was natural, they would just bully. Why they pick? Because it ain't natural. It's selective bullying. Bullies be cowards. They be the biggest. There's nothing natural about them. They don't even be men. Like a man that's a bully is not a natural man. A natural man is a protector, a guide, a king. How a king gonna be the bully of the royal subjects? Yeah, you need to be tracked and watched and kept away from other people, especially the weak. Cause he the type of person that if he work in an old folks home or something, he'll push them people down out there. Out, you be seeing these people that work in old folks homes or work in rehab centers or work around the elderly, and you be seeing them mistreat the elderly. That dude over here is that type. He'll mistreat the elderly according to because he says natural. He says natural. It's natural to push an old man out of a wheelchair. I don't know if that's what he know he's saying, but that's what he's saying. He's saying it's natural to be evil. Let that sink in. It's natural for Lucifer to be evil, but it's not natural for everybody. It's natural for you if you evil, yes. But don't say it's natural because it ain't natural to be evil. Let's just keep it. It's not natural to be evil. But he done been so evil so long, he says natural to be mean and evil. Now what that tell you? And it's a lot of people that run this world. That's how they think. That's how they think. That's why women get raped. Ain't raping women bullying? If I take a woman and just take sex from her, that's bullying. He said that's natural. He said it's natural. But then in real life, he's a punk. Facts. He wouldn't say, I know people like, Fro, you be talking big shit on U68. Because for a fact, ain't nobody going to do nothing. Because real hard dudes, we ain't going to clash. That's what people understand. They're like, well, when you run into a hard dude, no, all us hard dudes, we think the same way. We're not going to clash. That's a fact. We're not going to clash. We're going to get along just great. Any brother that tell you, hardcore dudes that be standing on business, they never clash because they just be chilled out. They don't got nothing to prove. Dudes like me, when I get around other dudes, I don't be saying all kind of weirdo stuff. I don't be, we just be chilling. Give me the most hardest dude. He cool as hell. They don't be doing all that. A lot of real hard dudes, they ready to go when they get like that. They ready to go. They don't even really like that kind of stuff. They don't really like that negative energy. Like real dudes that can really fight, that can really get out, they leave. They don't be wanting to fight and do all that. As soon as they see you on some weirdo stuff, they gone. They leave. The ones that can beat you up, leave. That's a fact. The ones that can really fight, that really would do something to you, they not on that. They leave it. They only use that for self-defense. Fact. They only use their stuff for self-defense. You have to be You have to push up on them. They not really we don't do that. We don't do violence, unnecessary arguments. No. Hardcore dudes, only thing we're gonna argue about is the Knicks gonna win. That's it, stuff like that. Now we'll argue about that. We'll be hollering to the top of the lungs. No, no, he can't shoot. He can't shoot. He be missing though. He be missing. That we'll do that. Hey, coach, we'll holler over stuff like that. I remember my daddy and my uncles, and they be upstairs hollering. It sounds like a fight, but they having fun. They be hollering. They be saying stuff like, "You talking crazy. You talking crazy. You ain't making no damn sense." They be going in, and they think it's the most fun ever. And the women just be there having their little quiet conversation, and uncles be up there wilding, having the time of their life. That's how they have fun. But they don't cross that line, though. They don't start. They do fair disrespect. Like, you sound stupid. That sounds stupid. Don't, Charlie. He talk crazy. Randolph, you done lost your mind. That's the type of disrespect they do. Fair disrespect. There's a certain amount of disrespect that's fair. Like, you talk crazy and you don't know what you talk about. Right? That's fair. You know what I'm saying? These young boys ain't raised like that. Young Austin, he wasn't raised like that. He was up there because he got a twin brother. He had a lot of size. He was bigger than the other kids. And he lost his life. Because I don't like bullies. I don't like racism. I don't like hate. I don't like bullies. I don't like racism. I don't like sexism. I don't like none of that shit. I like to have fun and chill. I don't like negative energy. It messes up my vibe. I can't have fun. I like to have fun. I don't really like violence, fighting. That's why I had weapons and stuff on me to prevent violence. I didn't have weapons on me to encourage violence. I had that get right on me. Go sit your goofy ass down and leave people alone. I had weapons to protect my home. So you won't run in my home. So you won't put your hand on my wife. So you won't violate my children. So you won't play with my family. So you won't break in my home. So you won't break in my car. I didn't have weapons to go and bother decent people and rob people and do all this old negative, evil stuff. I'm a positive brother. I can't stand bullies though. If I would have went to that school, me and Austin, we would have had beef. We would have had smoke. And he would have lost tremendously. He would have lost. Him and his brother. And if you know my daddy, his daddy would have lost. Because Randolph wouldn't have went like that. We're not going. And one thing about them, when you pressure the parents, they chill. So that's why they do what? They'll cheat and they'll sick the police on you. They'll cheat. They'll talk to their friend that's the chief of police or whatever and have them target you and Sandra Bland you or whatever. George Floyd you. Because George Floyd was talking to one of their police officers' girlfriends. They never told the whole story. That was over a woman. That was over a white woman that liked George Floyd, that police officer's girlfriend. That's what that was really over. That's why he hated him like that. It was personal. Everybody knew it. I mean, I ain't gonna say white people. I'm gonna say some whites because white people ain't really like that. So I ain't gonna say white people. I'm gonna say bullies. I ain't gonna say I ain't gonna say white people because I've been around a lot of white people, and it's something that happens in a community that they don't have a grip on. I would say that. I would say they be victims to bullying. I wouldn't say they bullies. I would say white students be victims to, they don't do a good job at stopping bullying. I'm not going to say they bullies. I would say that young white are victims of, they don't do a good job of stopping bullying, is what I would say. They don't do a good job at stopping bullying because they'll let the bully daddy bully them. The bully daddy be all in the neighborhood. My son Bruce is, you know what I'm saying? Because I went to school and they be the victims of bullying. That's why a lot of whites be glad when blacks start coming to the school because it shakes up that bully culture that they are oppressed under. That's what I would say because too many whites be getting bullied. So how can I say they bullies when they the ones getting bullied? That's a fact. They the victims of bullying. That's why they be doing all them shootings and you see how sometimes they go crazy? That's because the suicide rate, that's because it's allowed too much. They allow they own people to be victimized. They victims. Like white students are victims of bullies. White students aren't bullies. They're victims of it. Because there's a situation where this guy, my dad knows the mayor, and my dad like that. So because his dad is somebody, he mistreat all the other kids. And then I come to the school, I be like, nigga, fuck your daddy. You know what I'm saying? Fuck your daddy, your mama, your grandma, your whole lineage, your whole ancestors. You know what I'm saying? I come up to the school. You know what I'm saying? And apply pressure to the daddy. Now the daddy got to do too much. So he tell the boy, stop. But from my experience, whites ain't bullies. No, they just don't do a good job of stopping bullies because the economical structure allow certain ones to bully the other ones because it's all about economics. His daddy, the police chief, that kind of weirdo stuff. His daddy is the head of the community neighborhood group, that type of shit. Like a bunch of favoritism that they practice. So everybody else is like subjected under that. So I would say whites are victims of bullying, not bullies. I ain't gonna say whites is bullies. That's generalizing. But I can definitely say victims because that ain't generalized. That's a fact. That's a fact. That's why they be unaliving themselves. It'd be miserable for them. I'm telling you, you would be surprised how miserable it'd be for some white males to go to school. Every day they got to go to school. This dude bullying them every day, and don't nobody do nothing about it either. Favoritism and all kind of weirdo stuff. That's why a lot of times they don't want you to go to their schools because you break up, you change what they doing. They can't do what they've been doing. But yeah, I went to Lutheran schools. I got a lot of white associates, and yeah, it's bad. They be suffering, man. I told y'all when I went to camp the first night, the dude was bullying the kid. The white dude was bullying the other kid, and all the other white dudes was going along with it because they scared of the bully. So they like, it's better that he bully him than bully them. So they went along with it. I was the only black dude. So when I told the bully to shut up and the bully shut up, all the kids started following me. Why? I represented protection. I represented fun. I represented ain't nobody gonna bother. So all the kids follow me. Why? Because they was free. Because Big Pharaoh not bullying nobody. We trying to have fun. That's when I was in eighth grade. I went to this white camp. I was the only black there. And the first night we went to sleep, the white guy was an Austin Metcalf. He was bullying the other weakest white dude. And I didn't like it. And I told him to shut up and leave dude alone. And the next day, when I went out to walk around, I looked behind me and all the white dudes, because it was only boys only, they was all following. They followed me the whole time and they had a ball. They had a lot of fun because they knew wasn't gonna be no bullies. We finna have a good time. The bully finna sit down and shut up before we get did up. You know what I'm saying? Because I was with the bullshit. I'm not with you could beat me. You gotta actually beat me. I'm not with in your mind in your mouth you could beat me. I don't do that. Let's let it shake. Let's let it shake, roll and roll. You know what I'm saying? I don't believe it. Because a bully cannot fight. Facts. Bullies is scary. Bullies don't the baddest dude is not a bully. Anywhere you go. The baddest dude is not a bully. Austin was not the baddest dude at that school. There was dudes at that school that Austin did not play with. There was white dudes at that school that Austin did not play with. That would have whooped his ass. On my soul. Trust me. He wasn't the toughest dude. He wasn't tough at all. He wasn't tough. That's why he had to go with three dudes. If you tough, why you gotta take three dudes with you? Why I come from use the B word? If he was tough, he could have just went over to Karmelo by himself. Bullies be listen, anybody tell you. Bullies be punks. They never mess with the other tough dudes because the tough dudes be quiet a lot of time. A lot of the tough men kind of quiet. Real tough men, they don't really get into like negative energy. They don't really be trying to be tough. They don't really like that kind of stuff. They kind of like to chill out. They like to have a good time. And so the white dudes that could really fight and really with it, they real cool. They real chilled out. Yeah, the ones that really got the muscles that can really go, they don't bully. They to be the coolest ones. Cause a lot of time their best friend be a skinny weak dude. Be their best friend. Cause they don't go by that. They know they just strong by default. They don't be like, oh, I'm strong. They don't really do that. They use their strength like I'm a linebacker. They use it to get scholarships and stuff. They use it to play sports. They don't use it socially. That's why when you're on the basketball team with him on the football team, that's why y'all so cool. Cause he just big. He want to be big in sports. He don't want to be big in life. And he don't want to be no linebacker in life. See what I'm saying? The toughest dudes be cool as hell. Austin was a little B word. He wasn't none of that. He wasn't nothing. He was around there bullying his little brother for how many years before they got older. Austin wasn't that. You can look at Austin and see he was sweet. He wasn't that. He wasn't he wasn't the toughest person on that team by far. He probably was kind of tough, but I bet you he wasn't in the top seven on that football team. I bet you the number one was a quiet dude. I bet you anything, the toughest white dude on his football team was real quiet. I bet you anything. I bet he was real quiet, real cool. easy to get along with, overlook drama. If you try to start drama with him, he don't want to do it. He going on. You got to beg him to mess you up. He ain't finna fight. He ain't finna fight you or nothing. He gonna try to get out of it. The toughest one don't want to fight. Don't do no fighting. Facts. The toughest one don't like fighting. Don't want to do no fighting. None of that. I'll give you an example. In the Cook County Jail, is he working out because he might be going to prison? Off the top, he's working out because is he locked up? He's at home. Off the top, he's working out because of stress. So off the top, he's working out. He's doing hella push-ups. He's getting ready. Yeah, off the top. Off the top. He's thinking about it's going to be mano a mano. Yes, he's working out. When he's supposed to turn himself in, because by the time he turns himself in, he's going to be bigger, he's going to be stronger. You know what I'm saying? But the prison ain't going to let nothing happen to him because he's too high profile. Too many cameras on him, too many eyes on him. Most likely he's going to be in PC. They're going to put him in protective custody because he represents a riot. So they already sent him, right. So he in there working out. They're going to put him in PC. They're too high profile. They can't afford. Yeah. He going to PC. He's not going to be in general population. You know what I mean? He already went on his way to prison, but he working out, but he going to be in PC. But he's a celebrity. Ain't nothing going to happen to him. He's a celebrity. The black dude's going, you know what I'm saying? Let's say I'm there and they send him. You know, I'm rolling up on the first day. What up, bro? Hey, you straight? Just like that. That's going to be the attitude in the prison. You know what I'm saying? He going to be straight. Them black dudes in that prison ain't going to let nobody touch that boy. The only way something happen to them, if they be trying to put him in an all like white prison where blacks is totally dominated. But most likely he's gonna go to PC, but he's gonna be straight. He's gonna be out in about 20 months or so. They're gonna reverse that. I think he's gonna be out. It's too much stuff didn't come out in the trial. His attorney was a snake working on the other side. The city gonna lose money. So now the city is one thing to have that, but it's another thing to be known around the world as a racist city. And so now being known as a racist area, it's gonna hurt their bottom line. It's gonna hurt their housing. A lot of whites ain't gonna want to live there. Even racists ain't gonna want to live there. Nobody don't want you to just know they're racist. So the economy it's gonna definitely hurt the economy. The school is forever cursed. They let that boy ruin that whole city. Let's take a break. It's going to be some changes because they're going to lose money. Like a lot of them parents who kids was like freshmen like that, they gonna move. They ain't gonna want that city on their kids' diploma. Ain't nobody want that city on their kids' diploma. They finna lose money. That city finna lose lots of money. Ain't nobody gonna want to be associated with that city. Nobody ain't gonna be want to associated with Memorial High School for sure. Nobody want to graduate from there. He gonna get new counsel. He finna get voluntary, like Crump and them finna come. Crump and them, he get ready to get lawyers gonna take the case. He get ready to have the NAACP. Man, listen, that boy finna, you know how much money his family finna collect? He's a celebrity now. They coming to his rescue. There ain't no doubt about that. They coming to that boy rescue. He just in a small city. Everybody didn't know about it. He had the Wallace Pack unit. He gonna be all right. It all depends on where they gonna send him at. It's all depending where, but he gonna be all right. He young. He got to deal with that. He got to deal with that trauma and all that, everything that happened to him before that. Because those that know something been happening to him before that. That's not the issue. There's been issues, and he was up to here. Anybody smart know that he was pushed to the edge already. It's all gonna come out. In America, when a story happened, we know a little bit of the story. But in the US, they dig in. And by 2 weeks from now, that story gonna be this big. They gonna know everything, especially with social media. So a lot of people finna be under the microscope. If you did anything racist in that city or anything corrupt, all that's finna come out. Yeah. Some people say that ain't the judge and stuff. I've been looking. That's why I report. I showed that, but I wish I did because people saying that's false. That them people ain't who they say they is. Yeah, they saying that them people saying that's not the judge and that's not the D. That's not the XDA. This is what people are saying. So what's going around today that was false information. So we'll see. It would have been smart, sweetheart, if he asked for a change of venue early. But a lot of y'all on the internet, y'all professionals, you know what I'm saying? So Kylie, he ain't on your level. They ain't on your level. You know what I'm saying? So they don't know no better. They don't, you know what I'm saying? They don't know no better. They don't know what to do. The internet's super smart, Carly. You know what I'm saying? People that ain't on the internet, they can't keep up with y'all. Y'all on the internet like college. So his mom and daddy, they don't know what you know. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna lie. That's how you think I'm learning so much. The internet's the only reason I'm on top of my game. If I at 68, if I'm on the internet, I'll be behind. I'll be horse and buggy. I swear to God, the only reason I'm sharp on my stuff because I be watching y'all young people on the internet. Y'all be on a 2,500. These young people on the internet, they like FBI, they like the CIA, the FBI, the KGB mixed together. They be, I found him, I found his daddy. There goes his granddaddy. They be on it. They be on it. They scrub your Facebook and everything. These young people on this internet, man, they off the chain. Boy, you gonna know. Boy, you gonna know they hold their grandmama. You gonna know. Hey, am I lying, Carly? By next week, we gonna know Austin's grandmama, great grandmama, daddy. If anybody did anything, if he fought his wife, if he hit his wife, any DUI, watch by next week. They gonna be like, see. Let's see. They post it. TikTok, Instagram, X, Facebook. Like right here is a perfect example. If I want to know what's going on, all I gotta do is follow her and her, and I will know everything. So all I got to do is wait for them to come in the comments, and I'm gonna know the whole demo. But I don't think I think he's that case is gonna go back to court. That case is gonna go back. It's too many violations with that case. The attorney, that was a conflict of interest. The attorney was a DA. Boom, retrial for sure. The attorney was a DA. How you gonna go against another DA when you was a DA for 12 years or whatever? Okay. That's going back to court. It's too much stuff wrong with it. It's too much wrong with it. And if he wouldn't have said, touch me and see what happened, he would have beat it anyway. But wait till the whole story come out of the whole history, what they've been doing to that boy. That ain't came out yet. Give it by next Friday. When what they was really doing to Carmelo all the time since he moved there. You'll know all of that by next Friday. Not this Friday, but next Friday. Yeah, he said they support us as animals, and that's why racism. Right. And we supposed to believe you? We supposed to believe somebody that's a coward that hide with a fake thing and saying all kind of racist stuff, trying to call somebody an animal while you behaving like an animal. We supposed to believe you? And we supposed listen. You see stuff like this. Don't let people like this upset you. These are people don't got a life, and they troll you to upset you. But they at home. They scary. He don't just ban people. Like don't waste no time with nobody like that. Don't waste no time with no weirdo race trolls, because there's a lot of white males out there that maybe their ex girl got with a black dude and stuff like that, right? And so they hate you, because one of the biggest reasons of hate is over women. And when they see these black athletes and stuff with these white women, they feel like they taking something from them. So a lot of white males have a problem with that. Women. You know what I'm saying? He practiced self defense. I have to wait to hear the details of when they approached him. But based off of the stories we hearing now, he not gonna get self defense for that. Now I can't say that's the facts because I gotta hear everything. But based on what we be hearing now, once he said, "Touch me and see what happened," your self defense case is gone. And that's his biggest problem. That's the problem. You're not, if you say that, you're not going to get self defense under no circumstance. You know what I'm saying? Those testimonies was definitely all over the place, Carly. But if he said that, I can't say he said it. If he said that, he hurt himself. Now, to the young black people watching me, always, always retreat. Okay? Now, listen to me. I'm in that situation. He walk up on me with three dudes, right? I'm trying to, when I see him coming, I'm trying to get up and leave. Why? I need them to aggressively come after me. Because young black men, remember, no matter what you get into in 2026, always remember the only thing that's important is beating the case. Young black men and women, every move you make, calculate beating the case. Don't calculate doing something to somebody. Calculate how you're going to get away with it. So if you're a racist and you push up on me with some racism, I'm going to walk away because I need you to follow me when I get to court. I got to be able to say, I walked away, he followed me, and that's why he's no longer with us. The plan is still the same, but I need you to commit. Also, I got things to do. So if I can avoid this and go on with my day, let me avoid this. This comes from somebody that got a whole bunch of court papers. I can show you right now. You don't want to be in court. So you always try to avoid any illegal confrontations. Don't let nobody tell you you a punk or none of that. Listen, you ain't got time to be going to jail. You ain't got time for nobody to trick you off your square. And you want to always get them 100% in the wrong if there's a problem. See, if that happened to me and they walk up into me and then I walked off, and it's proof they walked up to me and I walked off and they followed me, I beat the case. But if I say, touch me and see what happened, I lose. Because that means I was ready for violence and I already finna do something. I already told you. See what I'm saying? He too young to know that, but y'all can learn from that. Also, self-defense. Young black people, listen, women and whatever. You at school, you're in college, you're sophomore. A girl walks up on you and want to fight. When she walks up on you and want to fight, she's prepared to fight. She's got her fighting way up here. Now, if you do fight, you want to win the fight. So if you act like you don't want to fight and you're trying to walk away, but you're 100, but don't walk away and let your guard down. Walk away with the mentality you finna fight. Because when you walk away with your guard down, they at 100, you walk around there at 80, they're going to still jump you. So if they at 100, when you walk away, you need to be at 100. But they don't need to know you at 100. When you walk away, you at 100, they going to drop to 80. They going to think it's sweet. And then do what you got to do. They don't know you planning to fight, but it don't look. So you luring them into the situation that benefits you. I'm trying to get you to follow me to put you to sleep. I'm trying to make you think I'm scared. Because if you at 100, you think I'm scared, you might drop down to 60. Got you. And then, and you out of there. Or nothing happens and I can go on with my day. I need to go on with my day. I need you to work hard for me to do you dirty. Stop letting people make you do them dirty easy. Make them work. You want me to F you up? You gotta work harder than that. So I would have made Austin work harder. He would have had to follow me. You understand? The whole time I'm already planning my move. And I'm getting ready to beat my case. And I got you. Because when I walk away and you walk this way, I can just turn around. Yeah, you ain't even, because you thinking I'm finna keep leaving. You don't know that I'm really prepared to fight. Because the fact I'm leaving, you think I'm not prepared to fight. That's how I made it through school. That's how I was skinny and didn't have no problems. Because everybody said, leave me alone. Because psychologically, we don't know what dude on. That's how I survived being skinny. Everybody know, leave Stu ass alone. He crazy. You don't know what I'm going to do. You know, when I was a little boy, I had this trick I used to do. So let's say I'm in the sixth grade, you're in the seventh grade, and I'm standing on the street just like this, and you're right there. And you say something to me, you try to bully me. One trick I used to have, I used to run. I used to run from the fight. I used to run all the way down the block. Then I would turn and go down the alley. Then I would pick some up in the alley. And then I would go down the alley. Then I'll come up behind you. And you be sitting there talking, yeah, he ran. And then everybody looking at you, eyes get big. And I run right up behind you. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? That's what I used to do. You standing here, you talking crazy to me. I would run like I'm scared. But then I would run and come up the alley and run and grab a brick or something and run up behind you. And crown you king. So now the word out, leave dude alone. Another thing I used to do is I used to pretend I'm crying and I used to go down and then grab your pants leg and then yank your pants leg up so you hit the back of your head on the concrete. Stuff like that, like once or twice, carries you throughout your whole, okay? You moving like that, sixth grade, seventh grade, nobody touch you for the rest of your whole career. You know what I'm saying? The rest of your career, it leaves Stu ass alone. Because I'm not trying to look tough. I'm trying to win. And if I can fake cry and win, I'm finna fake cry. I'm a fake cry. I'm a fake run. I just got to win. And whatever it takes to win. So I didn't play fair. Okay? I didn't play fair. I got to win. The Case and Allison case, a white dude in Texas unalive Hispanic student, and he got criminal negligence in 10 years, and he said he bought the weapon to fight. And he got 10 years. And the reason he got 10 years because he had a different lawyer, he had a different defense, he was in a different courtroom, he was in a different area. And all that's going to make the difference. If I do something in this area, I'm going to get a different result than I do something in that area. Over there in that town, you ain't got a chance. In that town where he was at, because the whole justice system is stacked and they all know each other. So he had no chance over there. Somebody somewhere else gonna get a totally different result. That's why when you got a okay, I went to court. I had a case, right? First day my lawyer come with me, I go to court. The judge say da 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 da, and we leave. What my lawyer said to me, say, Farrell, I don't like this guy. I'm getting ready to get a change of venue. See? So if he would have had, that's why you got to have a good attorney. If he would have had a good attorney, the good attorney would have knew the judge's reputation, would have knew your right, and would have asked for a change of venue to put you in a better situation. That boy should have got a change of venue. But his lawyer was friends with the courtroom. His lawyer was a DA that was prosecuting, would have prosecuted him. So you have a good lawyer. So that's why you get one result over here and one result over there is based on your lawyer. Your lawyer beats the case. Not where you at, all that don't mean nothing. Who's the lawyer? Who's the judge? Because they'll say, like, well, Farrell, he got only this much time. And he got this much time. Well, the crime is from there to there. You got the judge that gave you this. I got the judge that gave me that. There's 8 to 40. My case was 8 to 40, right? So if I'm found guilty, I need to have a judge that's going to give me what? 8, so I could be out in 5. But if I got a judge going to give me the whole 40, then they're going to be like, well, dude only got 8 and you got 40. That's at the judge's discretion. It carried 8 to 40, which means some people could get 8 and some people going to get 40. So now if they want to change the law, they got to make, if it's 8, it's 8. If it's 10, it's 10. Can't be 10 to 20. Because that allow them to give one person 10, the other person 20. So you ain't getting the same thing the other person getting. They're like, well, he got away with that. That's because all of that's fair. It's 8. No, mine was 8 to 40. Mine was 8 to 40. When I would have got out, I would have been 70 something. 8 to 40. He could give me 8 or he could give me 40. You see? So it don't matter what the other person got, because it could be the same thing, but it's 8 to 40. He could get 40 and be fair. I could get 8 and be fair. I could get 10. I could get 30. He could get 8. It's fair because it's 8 to 40. And anybody get anything in there, it's all fair. That's the law. Don't be like you get this much time. The law, this carry 10 to that. This carry this to that. This carry this to that. There is no flat years you get. So when I was in the Cook County jail for 3 months, that's when I learned more. Because the OGs, at that time, my OGs, they knew the law crazy. That's when I learned, because they know everything. You steal a pair of glasses. Pharaoh, you steal them glasses. That's a 2 to 5. It's like, I swear to God, they even cry. They can say, "Oh yeah, that carry 7. That carry 7 to 12. Oh yeah, that carry 20 to 15. That carry 20 to 40." Them real criminals, they can tell you what every crime. I didn't know that. I just think it's a crime. So I get to court. The judge say what I did carry 8 to 40. I'm like, 8 to 40? I didn't know what I was doing could give me no 40 years. I'm like, 8 to 4? I was shocked. So when you get in a fight, or you shoot somebody, or you cut somebody, you need to know the law in your state. Because cutting them with a knife, That could easily be 30 years. And you thinking I ain't do nothing but cut him. Hey, you, bro, look at the law. Know what I'm saying? Career criminals know it's amazing. But it's definitely a surprise when you get to time. There's no way Carmelo knew any of this. He had no idea what was going on. He had no idea. They tell you ignorance of the laws of no excuse or no defense. I think they say no excuse or no defense. I think one or the other. I'm telling you, it's a bad situation, but it's a lawsuit. It's a lawsuit. It's a lawsuit. His mama, Carmelo's family, and Austin's family need to sue. Both of them families need to sue the school because the school did not have proper security. Both of them families need to go to court together and get a big ass bag because the reason that Austin ain't here is the school's fault. Because the school was supposed to be able to stop Austin from even getting in that situation. The school failed him. Because ain't no way, when I went to school, there's no way he would have been able to go over there, start a commotion and all that. They would have been stopped there. There was no parental guidance at that doggone track meet. None. It's supposed to be a parent there. There's supposed to be adult there. There's supposed to be how many adults? How many adults were supposed to be close to that situation? There was supposed to be nowhere in them bleachers where there was an adult. How you got these young people in here with no adult supervision? So you telling me all this happened with adults in there? Come on, man. So you're telling me if I'm an adult and I'm in there, I don't see all that finna unwind? I don't see them get out their seat and start to go to dude, and I'm not finna get up right now and see what this is all about. I could tell by their posture and everything. By the time 4 dudes would have walked up on the student, I would have been up there. Hey, what's going on over here? What's going on? What's going on over here? What are you guys doing? Get back to your seats. Get back. Are we having a problem over here? Are they bothering you? What's going on? That's sad. Like I went to school. I ain't never seen no stadium where it ain't sprinkled with teachers and parents. So I'm like, where was the sprinkles? Oh, am I tripping? I went to high school. Them bleachers be sprinkled with coaches and teachers and parents. Sprinkled. How these kids got to do all that? How? How they get to do it? So it was like what? No parental supervision. That's a lawsuit. That's the school fault. The school had no proper security. It wasn't watching them kids. They let this boy come in there with a sharp weapon. It's a lawsuit. That proves negligence. The fact he had something to stick somebody with in the school proves negligence. Proves a lack of security. Prove. How the hell he get in there with some sharp and we done had 2,000 school shootings? That means he could have had a gun. Karmelo could have went right in there with a gun and they didn't know. He ain't had to go through no metal detector in 2026. I'm tripping. What y'all think? Y'all think he should have been able to not go through no metal detector in 2026? Y'all want to go in the building where people can come in there and don't go through no metal detector? Because I ain't going in no building where they ain't got to go through no metal detector. I'm going to just tell you. I ain't going in there. How? The fact that Karmelo had a metal object like that, that's negligent of the school. 100% lawsuit. I told this to my daughters, other people, they say, you should have been a lawyer because that's a lawsuit. And if his mom and them go sue for that, then they got to retry him. They got to retry him once they prove negligence. Because there ain't no way, there's no way. When I went to school, it was impossible to fight in the bleachers. The only ones had a possibility to fight was the football players on the field or the basketball players on the court. But when I went to school, there was no way that you could have had a fight in the stands, especially if somebody had to travel. They should. They should. They got your kids in there. So just anybody, come on. Because I start thinking, see, I be thinking seriously. So I start thinking about the situation. So I put myself in the situation. Right? This is how I came up with this. So I'm thinking, because I ran track. So I'm thinking I'm at a track meet. So I'm thinking about when I used to go to track meets. And I'm thinking about when I used to go to basketball games and stuff and football games. So I started thinking, and I'm like, it'd be a lot of adults at that stuff. And I went to a Lutheran school where they got chapel that you go on Tuesday. And it'd be teachers. I ain't never been in no bleachers where it wasn't adult sprinkled. I ain't never been to no school, no event, nothing, where there was a long distance between this adult and that. The children was always sandwiched between adults. There would have been no way Austin and three dudes would have been able to walk up to nobody in the stands. Period. That would have never happened. The adults were sitting right there. So I'm like, so it was like no adults nowhere? At a track meet with a bunch of different schools, so y'all had them kids in there with no supervision? That's a lawsuit. They need to sue that city, that board of education. They need to sue them for millions. Man, the Metcalf family, if they don't sue that city and they try to go after the Anthony family, they dumb as hell. Their son lost their life because of that school, not because of Karmelo. Austin lost his life because the school was unprofessional. They didn't have proper parental guidance. They didn't. They did not have proper security for them children. Period. The fact that Karmelo had a piece of metal on him, that's all I need to know. He didn't go through no metal detector in 2026. Let me ask y'all something. Y'all want to go to an event, a school event, and nobody go through no metal detector in 2026, 2027? Y'all want to go to a concert with no metal detectors or any event? Y'all want to go to any event where everybody got to go through no metal detector? So that means that Karmelo could have had a gun. Tell me I'm lying. Karmelo could have had a gun. Tell me I'm lying. He could have had a gun. How many people could have got shot? Man, they need to sue the hell out that school and the board of education. They need to be sued. They did not have proper parental guidance and security at that event. And that ain't no excuse for that. in 2026. I'm gonna tell you straight up. In 2026, it ain't no excuse to not have security at church. Okay, didn't they just shoot up a church last month or a month before, or a temple or something? Come on, man, what is we doing? There can be no crowds nowhere no more without metal detectors and proper security. Period. I'm not, man, let me go and see you ain't got no security. So I'm leaving. Boy, I'm not, boy, 2026. He in there with a piece of metal. They all walking around in there ready to fight. I'm trying to, I tried to be fair. I tried to picture how that could happen at a track meet or any sport event. And I don't see how at all it could happen. I don't see, I tried to picture it. I tried to picture it. And I tried to picture if I'm sitting here and four boys walk up on me, they got to walk past adults who immediately, if they don't see smiles on their face, they coming. If it don't look like it's either going to be friend or foe, I am not stupid. So if I'm an adult, I could tell if these people walking up on him got good intentions or bad. I could tell. It ain't no way no adult can't tell they was coming up there to beef. Because they posture would have had a beef posture. And you want to know what the hell is y'all doing? As soon as I see four boys walk up on one, I'm up there. Hey, what's going on over here? Get back to your seats. Just like that. Do you know them? Is there a problem over here? What's going on? But the boy ain't got no weapon on him anyway. So he couldn't even went that back because that backpack, and that boy would have went through a metal detector. So that's what I want to know from Memorial High School. Did Karmelo go through a metal detector? Because if not, you liable. If Karmelo did not go through a metal detector, Austin's death is the fault of the school. 100 billion%. The school did not protect nobody in that building. If that man had a piece of metal up in there in the goddamn 2026, where anybody got some sense, no, we ain't trying to go nowhere unless everybody go through a metal detector. I'm just going to speak for me because these people is buck crazy, and every time you look up, it's a mass shooting. How you got all these kids in here and no metal detector? In 2026. Yeah, maybe 2017. All right. 2026. No metal detector. He in there with metal. Really? So he pulled out a piece of metal. What? A piece of metal? How he got a piece of metal in there? That means somebody might got a gun in here. Are you serious? Imagine a school where the kids know you ain't gonna search them. Imagine a school where the boys feel like you ain't gonna search and somebody been bullying the boy or the boy don't like nobody or somebody with his girlfriend that left her for this dude and you ain't got to search him. He ain't coming in there with a weapon and shooting up the school. How many schools have been shot up? How many? How many stores have been shot up? How many? Karmelo didn't have no chance anyway once he say touch me and see what happens. It's over for him, no matter what. Once he say, touch me and see what happens, it's over. He got no defense. It's a wrap. It's a wrap. Now, some people racially support him, and I understand that. But I be outside, and I've been arrested a lot, and I've been in every jail. I've been in a lot of jails and stuff. I just ain't been to prison. And no matter how much we love him, and no matter how much we see the racism, once Carmelo say, "Touch me and see what's happening," it's over with. You lost. Period. You going to prison. That's premeditated. If you walk up to me and I say, touch me and see what happens, and you do something, I up a thing and pop you, I'm going to prison for a long time. I didn't told I'm going to prison. What's my defense? What's my defense when I said touch me and see what happens? I don't got no more defense. Shorty ain't got no defense like that. He gonna get a retrial. He could get less time, but he guilty. He could just get less time. He could get less than 30 years. He could get like 7. But he ain't walking. Shorty not walking. Shorty going to prison regardless. Shorty going to prison. Period. Under all circumstances, he going to prison. Now, if you pro-black, you ain't qualified because you ain't outside. Pro-black, this ain't got nothing to do with pro-black. This got something to do with crime, criminals. And you a criminal, you do a crime. If you say, touch me and see what happened, and then they touch you and something happen, you go to prison. Premeditated. 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 You just said you're going to do something. Once Shorty said that, he going to prison regardless. We just need to get him less time. He going to prison. He going to prison, and instead of trying to make up stuff to save him, we need to get on here and tell the other kids that. Watch what you say, because if you say the wrong thing and you get in a violent situation, you are going to prison. Because anything said can and will be held against you in the court of law. I'm going to say that again. Anything, you got the right. See, Karmelo had the right to remain silent. And he violated his own rights. Bro, you got the right to remain silent. Anything said can and will be held against you in the court of law. So some people mad at me because they want me to stand up on the black side. But I can't stand up on the black side if I've been in and out these county jails. I got to stand up on the street side. I can't say no fake pro-black shit because that's fake pro-black. Anybody pro-black, especially a dude that believe he ain't supposed to go to jail, is crazy. They lying. They making pro-black look bad because he's supposed to go to jail. If you went and you said that and you poke somebody, you going to jail anywhere in the United States. There's no way I'm going to make you believe that he got a chance in hell. And then you're going to get the amount of time depending on how much you carry. If it carry life, you get ready to do life. And ain't no magical red, black, and green going to save you. I can't give him no red, black, and green, no revolutionary help, because the revolutionary know not to say that. And so Karmelo hung himself. Once he said, touch me and see what happened, and they touched him and he poked him, but nowhere near 35 years, listen, a lot of black people ain't gonna like me. 35 years is a lot, but you're catching a break because you're supposed to get 70 or somebody died. If you poke somebody and they die, you're getting a lot of time. You could get life. In some place you could get the electric chair or inject lethal injection. I'ma just be real. I know what y'all want me to say, but Pharaoh be outside. If I poke somebody and they pass away, that could be goodbye. Ain't none of that. Uh he gone, goodbye. It's a murder. It ain't no, oh, it's an easy murder, it's a soft murder, it's a little murder, it's a big no. As far as they're concerned, the person can't never come back. So everything you are saying is irrelevant because they're gone forever. So they looking at it like, okay, Carmelo, you got 35 years, Austin got a life sentence. That's how they gonna look at it. You coming off life because we supposed to give you a life sentence. He can't come back, and really you're not supposed to come back. Method proven, close family member looking at 30 years, got 15 months. Sometimes you could get a break though, don't get me wrong. If he get a good lawyer and he could get a break. He could get a break. I'm just saying, okay, look, he could get a break, right? So if I say he could get a break, what do a break mean? A break mean he could get a break. So what is it when he don't get a break? It's a life sentence. So if he get out, he getting a break. Because by the law, he's supposed to not get out till he 70. I'm just telling you. If at all. Bro, that's a murder. That's a 187. You don't get out for that, bro. You unalive somebody and you said a threat beforehand. And I know if I'm pro black, you got to look at where I'm at. I'm pro black. I got an obligation. I got an obligation to try to stand up for Carmelo and what I feel is injustice. But I got a bigger obligation to young black men and women to keep their ass out of prison. And this obligation trumps this shit. The obligation of me to speak up for Carmelo, I ain't honoring that. I'm honoring the obligation to tell my audience the facts. You mess around and go that far and unalive somebody, you going bye-bye. Period. You're gone. And unless it's self-defense, your ass is done. And if you made a mistake and said something threatening beforehand, you gone. In any situation, if you got a weapon and you say somebody mess with me or touch me and see what happened, you going to prison. You gone. You gone. I don't give a damn if you could be Fred Hampton. I don't care how black you is. You say that, you gone. He said something, then he reacted, and he don't realize what he said over here. Then when he reacted over there, he ain't put it all together. A lot of inmates will tell you he lucky. A lot of people say lucky he got 35. A lot of people say 35, they cut him a break. Because they definitely cut him a break. They cut that boy a break. That boy's supposed to get a life sentence or 70-some years. 35 years, he gonna get out. He gonna probably get out in like 25. He like what? He almost 20. So he gonna get out around 45. Shit. In the streets, he caught a break. Because he's supposed to pass away in prison or get out at like 90. The earliest 80, maybe 70. He ain't supposed to be back out on those streets before 50. Ask somebody. Down there in Texas too, boy, you lucky you ain't get the electric chair or gas chamber. Nope. No, you ain't getting juvenile life. T too old. They had too many young people doing crazy stuff. They moved that up to 17. They moved that up. They moved it up because the shorties was trying to act like they was grown. If you go pick up a pistol, you ain't finna be no T. Which one is it? You're a pistol. If you pick up a pistol, you grown. You supposed to go pick up a basketball, football. You a teenager? Okay, act like a teenager. No, you went and did some grown man stuff. You go pick up a pistol, that's grown man stuff. You get grown man time. If you unalive somebody, that's grown man stuff. You're going to get grown man time. You ain't getting no kitty time. It ain't kitty stuff. You thought you was grown. You ever had a son or a daughter don't listen to you? And you tell them, don't do this, don't do that, and they run up and down the street. Your son run up and down the street. He gangbanging. He's 16, he's 17. He acting like he grown. Then he go out there and do something, and they give him grown folks time, and now mama crying. Now you're a kid. Well, if he was a kid, he would listen to his mama. You ain't listen to your mama. Listen, let me put on the other side. I'm in the county jail, right? I'm on Division 5. Somebody come to the door. They say, on the new. They put your son on the deck with us. Your son's 17. Let me ask you a question. Is he a kid to us? When they put your 17-year-old on the deck with us, in our eyes, is he a kid? Put it in the chat. Let's talk from the inmate's point of view. In our eyes, if he come on the deck with us, is he a kid? Do we get a kid pass? When we tell him don't do something, we tell him to know it's lit. The deck go up and he got to fight. You say GD, right? You say you vice lord, right? You should have said you was a kid. I thought you said you was vice lord. You know what I'm saying? If you was a kid, why you ain't at home watching cartoons? You know what I'm saying? Now you was a big boy. You was doing big boy stuff. Don't be no kid now. Now you a kid. Let me see your crime. Why don't say stealing bubblegum or shoplifting? Why you got grown men crimes? I'm confused. Are you just a kid? Why you don't got no kid crimes? You know what I'm saying? Listen. Troy, this big Pharaoh. Know your lit in 2 days. I told y'all. We had a shorty on my deck. I think shorty was about 17. I was the minister of literature, which means I got to make sure everybody know they lit in the game. They got to know why. I can't go into the details. Now, it's a rank and file. It's dudes over me. I'm responsible to make sure they know they lit. Now, let me show you this part. Now, if shorty don't know it's lit, and let's say I'm under Big Ramo, right? and Shorty don't know his lit, and then Shorty go to prison. And let's say he's a vice, although he could be a GD. And when he get around the GDs, they say, you know you're lit, and you don't know his lit. They gonna say, well, you was like, you was in the Cook County, what division you was on? Said, on division. Who was supposed to take your lit? Pharaoh. Who ran it? Big Momo or whoever. So Big Momo ran the deck, and you didn't learn your lit? They putting a hit on Big Momo. Big Momo finna get beat or something. And Big Momo send a gang member to prison that don't know his literature. That is a violation. Now, when the word, they're going to send a kite from the prison to the county jail to Big Momo that he in violation because Shorty don't know his lit. And Big Momo told Pharaoh, okay, to make sure Shorty know his lit. You know what's going to happen to me? Do you know what Big Momo got to take a serious violation or got to prove that it was handled, which means me. My name's going all the way back to the prison. Pharaoh was supposed to teach him his lit. Pharaoh was the Minister of Information and Literature. He was told to teach him and he didn't. I got to get the pumpkin head. It's not a game. Because you shouldn't have went to prison. You should have did your homework. You should have played video games. You cannot go out here, beat up women, carjack people, and do adult crimes, and then come in here talking about you a kid. When you carjacking, driving around, you robbing, you doing armed robberies, you got pistols, that's for adults, right? But you got the pistol. You grown, right? So when that boy Karmelo, when he go to prison, he need to stay in PC because we ain't giving him no little boy nothing. You poke somebody, right? All right, you grown. That's how that shit gonna go. They ain't gonna have no mercy. Like you poke somebody. You should have just hey, welcome to the Lion's Den. And if he go to the wrong place, he gonna be somebody's woman. If he go to the wrong place, he gonna be somebody's woman. They go take him. You in there with the demons. Ain't no righteousness in there. All that commissary his parents in there, they take that, give me this. You in there with some evil, bro. He finna be in there with some evil, man. Listen, you think I'm lying? You think I'm lying? If you think I'm lying, this is what you do. You go on YouTube and you go to OG Percy's page and you tell OG Percy that Pharaoh said that Karmelo gonna be food in there if he don't be careful. And tell me what OG Percy tell you. The chances is high as hell. You in there with dudes that they lock you up 20 years, no sex with a woman, 15 years, no sex with a woman, life, no sex with a human. You're not a human being in there. You're an animal in there. They come, you get your tray. Give me this tray. Shut up. You're an animal in there. You're an animal. You're in an abusive environment. You got these people over here living decent and stuff like that. You done did something. You over here with these people. You over here with the werewolves and the vampires. So now when Shorty didn't learn his lit, I had to do what I had to do. One of the OGs grabbed me and said, Furl, give him a couple more days. I was locked up with his daddy and his granddaddy locked up together. So I gave Shorty a break. I gave him some chips and cookies and stuff because he was only like 17. I told him, yeah, man, I'm going to give you a break. I heard about your daddy. I heard about your granddaddy. I'm finna go get you some stuff. I gave him some roll-ups. I gave him some chips. I gave him some cookies. I gave him some juices. I gave him a couple of 2 liters. I said, you straight? He's like, yeah. I said, know your lit in 2 days, though. Because regardless, we whooping you. Listen, I understand, but we whooping you in 2 days when I come back. We whoop, listen, you got 2 days. I hate your situation. I'm here. I'm looking out for you. But you got 2 days. You need to know this lit in 2 days. Because if you don't, they whooping me. Okay? They whooping me if you don't know this lit. See, this is what y'all don't understand about prison and jail. They whooping me. All the brothers gonna line me up. I might get 2 matches, which they light a match and they beat you till they go out. You might get 2 matches. You know how long a bunch of men punching you in your ribs and your face as hard as they can for 2 matches? You're going to have a pumpkin head. So now, am I finna get a pumpkin head or is dude finna get the pumpkin head? I don't got no choice, bro. They not playing. So that's why stay your ass out of jail. Because if they send dude to the wrong jail, they don't care nothing about they don't care nothing about him. He food. Go to jail blind and get your conversation. They're gonna push you on the ground and take your food. Go to jail blind. Go to jail can't walk. They're gonna knock you around, they're gonna kick you right on the ground, take your food. And you crippled. Go to jail crippled in a wheelchair. They're gonna dump you out your wheelchair, they're gonna take your food. Welcome to hell. It's men in there. It's men in there. As soon as they see him, he finna be their girl. When they see him come in here like that, he finna be their girl. Period. Ain't nobody gonna protect you because prison is mind your business. So if dude want him and I save him, one day I'll be walking down the hall and dude gonna poke me up. The one that want him and I jumped in it, right? Telling you the facts. Ain't no Superman shit. Dude want him, I save him. Dude gonna go tell his guys, they gonna ambush me. I'm gonna get airlifted off the yard, probably DOA. So when if I go to prison, I don't give a damn about Shorty. It's prison. You know what I'm saying? I don't care. Yeah. Welcome to the terror zone. You should have stayed out. You should have, shorty. You should have stayed out the way. Then, if the Aryans, if we doing business with the Aryans, and the Aryans got that yah that we all need because we got addictions, and the Aryans like some just came in, and they want to hit up one of the some of the brothers with the work, so we can all be HIGH. And the Aryans say it's only one stipulation: y'all got to give up Carmelo. What the brothers gonna do for that H and for that C and for them substances? What they gonna do? What if the Aryans? Because they all be trading that stuff at the top, and they be cutting deals. He out of there because he looking at 20. He looking at 18. He got a life sentence. He look out doing 10. Don't nobody care nothing about. Ain't nobody give a damn about Carmelo like that. If you wanted sympathy, you wanted decency, you should have stayed free, bruh. You should have never came in here with us. So if they lock him up with me, I might not take his cookies and stuff, but I can't stop nobody else from taking them and put myself in danger trying to defend him. See, because for me to defend him now, I done jumped in some beef. And now you got to mind your business. So I can't protect you. Because now I'm in it. I'm trying to go home, bro. They could put him in PC. But if they put him in PC, his dudes in PC gonna punk him. When you go to prison, you going to hell. You going to a place where nobody follow no rules. You going to professional rule breakers. You're not going around decent people. You say how you go to the church? What's the opposite of the church? When you go in there, the movies show you stuff, but the movies ain't like, it ain't like being there. Like, you know what I'm saying? If they show you a movie of the Cook County Jail, that ain't like coming out your tip in the day room like that. Imagine being somewhere where you can't be laughing and smiling too much. You know what I'm saying? I went to commissary and stuff, and I bought ink pens, and I would let the brothers use my pens, but I always kept two pens in this pocket. And everybody know you can't get them pens because I need them pens. Everybody knew that. I have four pens. Pharaoh, let me use that pen. Cool. Pharaoh, let me use a pen. Cool. Pharaoh, let me use a pen. No, these ain't for writing. Anybody tell you I used to say that? No, these two pens right here, these ain't for writing. These not for writing. It's not. It's not really nice. You really got to be crazy. And that's just the county jail. I ain't even been to prison. If I would have went to prison, I would have had to turn up more. And every day, you're doing push-ups, sit-ups, jumping back jacks, squats. Every day you working out now because everybody else is working out. Dudes is coming in there getting swollen and swollen. It's a gladiator. It's gladiator zone, and kindness is taken for weakness in there. On my soul. Yeah, I see. I watch some of them. I don't watch them too much because it ain't nothing I can learn from. Yeah, but they be boofing phones, sticking them up in them, and all that. Imagine a dude got a phone hidden in his butt. What they tell you? How you get that in there? Imagine a dude got a shank hid in his butt. Just imagine. I remember standing up by my cell, by my tip, because it wasn't a cell, it's like a box with two beds in it. I remember standing up by my tip, and one of my guys, we like this, and he come to the cell, and we got a bottle, a water bottle, which means one of the guards gave it to him because you can't have no. Well, yeah, you can have a bottle in there, you can get a commissary. So he had a water bottle. He like, here, drink some water, Joe. I'm like, no, I'm cool. He like, drink the water, Joe. I'm like, cool. He said, bro, drink the water. I took it. It was vodka. I'm like, oh yeah. So I'm drinking the vodka with him. We standing outside my tip. He just a regular brother, I'm thinking. I've been in here locked up with him, what, a couple months, I think. So I know everything about him. So we standing up by my door and the dude walked by and he say, dude gonna stop walking around with his booty sticking out like that. I was like, oh. Now I can't show no reaction. I can't let him know I heard that. So you really gotta practice when you go in there. You don't know nothing, you don't see nothing. So I never changed no reaction. I took it in myself. I didn't change no reaction because I know once he said it, he probably started thinking, and he probably started looking at me to see. But right then, I thought, if I lose this case and I go to a prison and I see him, I gotta do him. I gotta do him. Yeah, Oz ain't, Oz. Those shows ain't what it is. So you young brothers, you watch some shows. That's not what it is. Those is watered down depictions. They really can't show you. You know what I'm saying? Those is watered down depictions with actors. You know what I'm saying? They a little bit, but they not. It's not nothing you can experience from a show or nothing. You gotta be in there. Yeah, you got because it's they can't depict how much of a snake you gotta be. It's like being with all snakes. Imagine being somewhere where there's just confusion. Every day is a problem. Like every day. Something's wrong every day. And you can't be nice because any signs of kindness is weakness. So imagine you gotta be mean every day. Every day. Every day you gotta be mean. Every day. It's horrible. Now he could get lucky and get a break because there's little spots he might get sent to where, you know what I'm saying? Every little spot in prison is, you mostly work out every other day because every day it won't work. But you do a little bit of workout every day, but not a see. And there, I'm glad you said. And there, exercise not considered working out. It's considered like because you got workouts and then you got like some exercise, which is not considered working out. So you really only work out like every other day, but you do exercises because when I was in there, that we used to at night when it's time to go to bed, we would go in the tip and take a deck of cards, and it's two men. You got a deck of cards. Face cards is 10, right? So then you turn over the card. So he turn over the card. It's a jack. He got to do 10 push-ups. I turn over cards to 9. I got to do 9. He turn over card is 2. I turn over cards 5. And you do that till you go through the whole deck. Whatever you turn over, all face cards, you know what I'm saying? I think an ace is like 11 until the whole deck gone. But you're going stir crazy anyway. And you ain't having no sex with no woman, so your testosterone is through the roof. But the worst part is crazies is constantly coming in. See? It's no stability. It's new men coming in, leaving, coming, leaving. So you don't build no real family structure because it's always new dudes coming in, leaving, transferred from another prison. It's no stability. It's the worst. This is what this young boy got to go through. By next year, his mama won't even know him. Right now, he's going through the crazy anxiety. Then when he get to where he gonna be, the first one they gonna process him. He gonna be tripping. They gonna be at him right away, and then they're gonna be trying to claim him to be their B word. So he gonna be fresh meat. Somebody gonna want to own him. All that, and he in a racist ass state. He in Texas. But the only thing he got going for him is a lot of blacks in Texas, but he ain't no Crip. He ain't no Crip, he ain't no blood, so he not affiliated. So he's gonna have to become he gonna have to join the gang. You gonna have to. There's dreams. You have dreams, you free, and you wake up and you're not. One time I had a dream that I'm in my cell, and we found out that the wall could open up, right? So, so we found out the wall in our cell could open up, and there was a whole bunch of women over there. It was like 30 or 40 women in this big ass room. They was half dressed and everything. And I woke up and there wasn't no women over there. Man, I was real disappointed. There's sometimes you can have a dream about your family or your kids or something, and when you wake up, you just really not uh, in a good mood. You just not. And some days you wake up, you just, you know what I'm saying? This is what he got to go through. And he a baby too. He ain't built like that, so he got to go. He got to go through that. It's gonna be it's horrible for him. Look at Tory Lanez, how they poked him up immediately. He almost was gone, and they still after him. They still after Tory. Tory life in danger up in there. That ain't over. So when I see this young man, that's why my sons and my children, I didn't let them do beef. I didn't let them do no beefs. So they hurt somebody and go to prison. They already know any beef, tell daddy. Tell daddy any beef. Any beef my children was in Park in O Block, any beef in Harvey or anywhere, tell daddy, let me go handle the beef because I know how to handle it. I took on all my children's beefs. And the way beefs go is somebody bothering your children. You say this to the parents say that, you say this, they say that, you go here. So the way I did it, if it was my children have a problem, I go here. We not doing this. And that's how I stop shit. I don't do this. Mess with my kids, I go right here. There ain't no room to go nowhere. So, you know what I'm saying? I never did this. No. Mess with my children right off the top. I threaten your mama. I threaten your daddy. And I mean it. Right off the top. It's not going up. It's up. It's right off the top. That's how I used to function. Right off the top. And and then they feel like, oh, this is too much. You know, this is too much. And they just let it go. That's how I stayed out of trouble. That's how I didn't have beefs. That's how I didn't have wars or nothing. Because I made it clear this is where it's going. Because a lot of time beefs, you don't know it's going there. See? Austin didn't know it was going there. See what I'm saying? So next thing you know, it was there. Sometime if you show the other person it's here, they'll think again. They'll be like, I don't want to go there. That's too much. Exactly. But when you next thing you know, y'all up here, y'all both in trouble, and you never really seen it coming because you took them down baby steps right to the penitentiary. See what I'm saying? The first thing you think, and I'm finna end this, young people, first thing you think is the penitentiary right off the top. Any type of controversy stuff, you think, I'm going to the penitentiary. That's going to help you. That's going to make you say, I'm finna lose, see, right off the top, I'm finna lose money and I'm going to the penitentiary. That's going to make you say, man, I ain't doing it. I'm finna blow that off. If it ain't that serious, I'm not finna do it. See what I'm saying? Take it right to the end instead of going to the end and being surprised. Next thing you know, you in court. You should have been thinking like that from the beginning. I'm going to court and jail. Okay, I'm not finna do that. Let me blow that off. Let me stay out the way. Let me do whatever. That's how you stop from going to prison. If I go pick these two birds up and I get pulled over, I'm going to prison. Not no, oh, I'm gonna pick these two birds up. I'm gonna sell them. I'm gonna flip them. No, I'm gonna pick these birds up. If I get caught, I'm going to prison. I ain't going to get the birds. But when you think this is how you end up here. You should have been thinking from here to here. What's the results? What's the end results? That'll make you avoid beef, avoid crimes, avoid everything if you look at the end. I can't tell y'all enough. I know you like, well, dang, Hey, I got to push this. Look at the end results. Are you ready to go to prison? Are you ready to be unalive? That's the bottom line. Young lady, you want to argue with this one? Are you ready to have your face cut for the rest of your life? If not, let it go. If ain't nobody absolutely do nothing to you, let it go. Carmelo, if nobody absolutely was gonna do nothing, he should have let it go. He should have let it go. It would have been better to get punched than to go to prison. You'd be all right after a punch, after a little squabble. It wouldn't hurt you if they punched you a little bit. Y'all could have worked that out. Your parents could have worked that out. You could have stopped that. The school could have stopped that. But when you decide to poke him, when he decided to poke him, he thought he was beefing with him. At the time you decided to poke him, now you beefing with the law. You know what I'm saying? Now you beefing with the law. You understand? Now you got a whole nother enemy. But this is mom and daddy fault. Because they moved the black boy into a racist area where he was outnumbered, he was gonna get bullied. They were supposed to know he gonna get bullied. This is all Carmelo's mama and daddy fault. They own that stupid Negro stuff that they're gonna go to a white area, they're gonna be better school, and totally overlook racism and bullying. And took their baby into a bullying situation. That's what they did. His parents did that. All you parents, I want to move out to work. I want to move my baby, get a better education, and take your baby in a racist environment, and you supposed to know it's racist, but you thinking it's nice out here. That okay? When y'all black people gonna stop putting y'all children where they gonna get bullied at? Move to a black uppity black area. It's nice black communities. There's black people getting money. There's black people in business. Why you take your baby, put your baby in a racist ass situation? I mean, I know it's an accident. My parents did me like that, but I was already so down street, and it was the difference between me when our parents tried to send us to white schools. A whole lot of black parents tried to do it. So when we went there, it wasn't white no white. See what I'm saying? It turned out to be not white because if you got hundreds and thousands of parents, black parents that want to send their kids to private schools, it turned the private schools black. So that's how I escaped because when they sent me to the Lutheran school, right? A lot of blacks sent their kids to the Lutheran and Catholic school. So instead of me dealing with racism and my parents taking me out the hood and sending me to a Lutheran school, she actually put me in more hoods because all the other parents send their kids to the Lutheran school. So now when I go to school, I'm not in Maple Park. I'm in Maple Park. I'm at Oakdale Park. I'm in Princeton Park. So I just know more blacks because now I know the blacks from all over Chicago. So when my parents took me from Maple Park and sent me to the Lutheran school, and all the parents here sent their kid here, sent their kid here, sent their kid. Now I was all over the city. Not only was I all over the city, the white kids had all the work, had all the green. So that they just made me a bigger hustler. Because I was kind of like a little gangster. So when you got like a little gangster hustling to you, and they send you to the school with the white kids, What kind of white dudes was I attracting? I was attracting the white hustlers. I wasn't attracting the racists. Cause I got tailor-made clothes, and I bet you by golly, well, I'm a G already in sixth grade, seventh grade, eighth grade. I'm already wearing tailor-made suits. So when they send me to the Lutheran school, the white boys getting money, see me, they pull up in the MG two-seater. Hey, guy, get in. I'm a little gangster. I ain't scared of nothing. I jump in. They we gonna ditch school. I'm gonna show you how to ditch. We'll come back at first period and just throw away the little papers. They won't know when there. He drive me out to the white neighborhood. He give me about 2 or 3 LBs. Can you sell these? Yeah. I'm not a Negro, so you're not playing with me. I'm a little gangster hustler. I wish you would play with me. You know what I'm saying? So he want playing with me like that. See what I'm saying? So that's how I became a dealer. Because they send me out there with the people that got all the work. Now I'm bringing the work back to the black community, getting paid. But I attracted what I was. I wasn't no nerd. So I didn't attract bullies because I was a little G. You know what I'm saying? I'm your mama, I'm your daddy, I'm the nigga in the alley. That's me. I'm the doctor. When you need and some coke and some weed. You know me? I'm super fly. I'm all that. So they not really playing me like that. Racists not playing with me like that. You know what I'm saying? Because I've been outside since, third, fourth, fifth grade. You know what I'm saying? We got hands. We shooting dice. I'm I'm the whites can't scare me because I was already with the older blacks and they was more scary. See, when I grew up, the guys that was in the gang, when I'm in the sixth grade, I ain't outside with seventh, eighth graders. I'm out there with ninth, 10th, 11th graders, 12th graders, people that would be old enough to be freshmen that's been in and out of prison. So I'm on the block with the OGs who is scary. So now, when you in the fifth or sixth grade in the black community and you a little scared of the older gang members, if you know anything about fear, hell, by the time you get in the eighth grade, that fear go away. Fear only lasts so long. So if I'm a little afraid of the older gang members in the sixth grade, by the time I get in the eighth grade, I'm shooting dice with them. I'm talking shit to the OGs. Because fear go away. You can only be afraid so long before you turn to a monster. So now I'm in the dice game in eighth grade. I'm smoking cigarettes. I got reefer in my socks. And I'm out there with the OGs shooting. I'm out there shooting with them. I'm the baby gangster, basically. So I'm like, bet I ate, bet $10 I hit my point. The OG's like, one time an OG told me, he said, look at you. I'm the reason you off the block. That's what he told me. Harold Vassar told me that in the dice game. He said, I'm the reason you off the block. Well, he said, I picked up the dice, say, yeah, but I'm off the block now, though. I'm off the block now, though. That's what I told him. That's what I told him. Because he could get it. We could, you know what I'm saying? I ain't no little boy no more. Boy, I ain't in the sixth grade no more, boy. I'm in the eighth grade. You know what I'm saying? I ain't in the sixth grade. I'm in the eighth grade. I'm off the block now. I hear my point, take my money. Yeah, I'm off the block now. I'm off the block now. I'm off the block now. Bet $10 I hit my bet 10, 8, bet 10 on the 8. Yeah, I'm off the block. Yeah, I'm off the block. So most people say they didn't beat you up. No, they like that. The hood different. They like that. They feel like they built me. They like, look how little nigga, you know what I'm saying? They like that. They don't be like, no, they like that. They watched you turn in. They know you when you was in the third grade. Watched you in the neighborhood. They know you. And they also know that if they box you, it ain't guaranteed they finna win. They know it's not. Listen, bro, I know I'm in the 8th grade. I know you're supposed to be in 9th, 10th grade, but that don't mean you necessarily gonna win when we start with. That don't mean you're gonna win, bro. That don't mean if we start fighting, that don't mean you're gonna win. I'm just saying. Because you don't win until you win. Ain't no magical win. You gotta really win. But they really not gonna come at you like that because you one of the guys at this point. You go from a little boy, now you one of the guys. So when my parents take me out of that situation and send me to a Lutheran school with some white kids, I come to school, I got on Taylor Mays, I got on Stacey Adams and all this, right? I'm a freshman, right? The seniors like that, what they do? They cuff you. Hey, come here, little nigga. Where you get, who made your suit? Where you get your shoes at? They cuff you. So when the white dude junior told me to shut up at chapel, when I was a freshman, he was a junior. He told me to shut up because I had a can of beer. I'm in chapel. While the white preacher's down on the floor at the gym, I'm up there, on some nigga shit. The white junior told me to shut up. I'm like, I'm barking at him because he not scary. I've been in the neighborhood. Listen, white dude, junior, you not scary. You're not scary like Fat Sam. You're not scary like Harold Vassal. You're not scary. I'm in the hood, they scary. When I grew up, this hood was scarier than the police or any whites. Joker was scary. A black dude with gold teeth in his mouth, crooked gold teeth in his mouth. That's scary. Fat Sam, that's scary. Peter Rabbit, that's scary. Y'all not scary. So when the white dude told me, I told him, shut up. He said, okay, after chapel. I'm like, bet. When he come out the gym, I'm already out there, right? But because of the way I'm moving, what happened? OG Mike come and say, go ahead, go to class. I got it. And he beat dude up. I ain't had to beat him up. Why? Because they seen I'm one of the guys. So the senior stepped in. Maybe he was a junior. Because I'm ready to go. I'm from the hood, but we not dodging no smoke. Who you supposed to be? So I'm standing out there. He come. The junior told me, go on to school. I got it. Stop. Bop, 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 and do. Bop, bop, bop. I just went on in class. Then at lunchtime, the white boys with the fat white dude talking, I went to his table. Because he had lunch same period me. I went to his table, sat at his table. And they took me in on some gang stuff. They took me in. The same white dude with his crew, they took me in as one of the guys. He liked it that. Even though he was white, and even though they were supposed to be rough, they liked that. We like his little black ass. He ain't going. Shorty ain't going. We like her. He didn't come sit at the table. I went and sat at their table. You understand? But it was enough blacks to defend themselves. That's my point. Karmelo wouldn't have been able to do that because I wouldn't have been able to do that if we was only 5%. I wouldn't be able to do nothing. I would have been surrounded, overpowered. When I went to school with whites, we like 30, 40, 50%. So ain't nobody going to do nothing. That boy at school, he only 8%. That mean like 8 out of 100. When I went to school, we like 40 out of 100. That's a big difference. 40 blacks can hold 60 whites down easy, easy peasy. But if it's just 8 of us, what we gonna do with 92 whites and Asians and only 8 blacks? Don't put your kids in that. How they not gonna get bullied? They don't got no backup or nothing. If you want to put your children around somewhere where it's dominant, they need to be in college. And you need to be the kind of parent gonna come up there. If you ain't the kind of parent, you're gonna send your kid into the forest with the lions and tigers, and you ain't gonna come get busy. Don't do it. My daughter went to a predominantly white college, but she was cool because she know her daddy crazy, and she know I'll call my daddy. So she was able to be confident. She know damn well ain't nobody gonna say nothing because all my kids know call your daddy. That's it. So she was able to have some backup. She knows she got backup. She ain't worried about y'all going too far. Her dad crazy. But you send these kids up here, you ain't no gorilla, you ain't no lion. Your kids is in that poor boy, he at the school, he's surrounded by racism. His parents trying to be some Negroes, and they just was running over that boy. See what I'm saying? It ain't like me going to school with Metcalf and it's 30% of us. I would have met his calf. And the blacks on the football team would have checked him. So he going to school where the football team's all white. It might be one black. I'm going to school where it's blacks on the football team. So if you're the white dude on the football team and you bothering blacks, the blacks on football practice finna check your ass. See what I'm saying? Don't be sending your kids out there surrounded where they could get bullied. And if you white, don't be teaching your kids to be doing no bullying and all that because they're going to go to prison or they're going to get hurt. They're going to bully the wrong one. Teach your kids to grow up and just deal with people for who they are. Don't teach your kids no racism. Racism is over with. It's whack. Racism does not help white supremacy, black supremacy, or nothing. The only thing going to help your race is education and knowledge, technical skills, opening your own businesses. Being anti-white ain't gonna help you. Don't listen to these blacks that be talking this anti-white foolishness. They don't know what the hell they talking about. They talking stupid. How I'm gonna open a business? I'm not anti-white. I'm gonna sell to anybody want to buy this shit. Are you kidding me? Anti-white, anti-black. That's anti-business. I'm talking to whites and blacks as why racism is bad for business. And when you live in a country together and you racist against each other, another country gonna blow all y'all stupid asses up. So now all of a sudden, when another country attacks us, now you're trying to be Americans. After somebody start kicking y'all racist asses where y'all divided. Now you gotta make up your mind. You're gonna be united and protect your land that you live on, or you're gonna be divided. This is what white Americans as racists making a mistake. If you want to be a white racist and it's a war, take your punk ass over there by yourself then. Don't draft me. Yeah, Pete Hegseth. If you want to be a racist, take your ass to Iran and fight by your punk ass self. Don't be trying to send me to no war you don't like me, punk. On my soul. Don't be trying, if you so white and you so supreme, go fight your wars by yourself. Good luck. Why should we go fight with you and you don't like us? Then as soon as somebody start putting their foot in your ass, now you want my help. Make your man up. On my soul, make your goddamn man up. But to the blacks out there, don't do racism. It's a waste of time. Don't be running around thinking about racism. If you go there, they don't want to serve you, then open up your own, go to your own place and back. Don't be thinking about no racism. Don't be running around hating nobody. Fight or shut up. I ain't running around hating on white people. That's the dumbest shit ever. I'm not doing no hate. I'm doing face to face. You tripping, you gonna get dealt with. I wouldn't give a fuck if you was purple. I don't care if you purple, blue, white, whatever. You out of line, you're gonna get dealt with. You're gonna respect me. I don't care what you is. So I ain't got time to be concentrating on white. The worst thing y'all can do is concentrate on disliking white people. You're gonna be just as bad. The white people that's always concentrating on disliking black people, their lives suck. And if you do the same thing, your life gonna be horrible. If you focusing on another race, your life gonna be horrible. That's not gonna help your marriage. That's not gonna help your business. That's not gonna help your health. That's not gonna help nothing. It's really a waste of time. You're gonna spend your time concentrating on somebody you ain't gonna even know. I know white people sitting around talking about black people ain't a black person no damn way around. And you sitting around thinking about how you don't like black people. And the whole area where you live is all white. Ain't a black person nowhere. You turn on TV, see a black person, you mad. And that black person ain't nowhere around you. Sick. And you're going to sit there, you're going to concentrate on black people, You look up and the Chinese going to run everything. The Chinese going to outdo you. The Chinese going to have better equipment than you. The Asians going to pass your white ass. Facts. Why you sit there concentrating on me? And you look up and the Asians going to pass you. Because why you sitting up here? If anybody attack you, it's going to be the Asians. It's going to be the Chinese. Ain't going to be no black people attack y'all. If y'all ass get blowed up, it's going to be the Asians. Facts. China the one going to test your gangster. It ain't going to be Russia. It ain't going to be Africa. It ain't going to be nobody in Europe. It ain't gonna be no Arabs test your gangster. The Chinese gonna test your gangster, but they ain't gonna make no mistake. It's gonna be a one and out with them. When they hit you, it's gonna be a one hitter quitter. They not gonna go tit tat for you. China not gonna tit for tat with you. When all these immigrants came over here, it was known there was a whole bunch of Chinese came over here. And once they got over here, they never seen them. They disappeared somewhere in this country. They own land by all strategical sites in the United States. When they did catch illegal Chinese immigrants, they had 10,000, 20,000, 30,000 U.S. cash in their pocket. And a lot of people that you think are South and Central Americans is Chinese with disguises on. They ain't even South and Central Americans. And Texas need to get that shit together. White Americans definitely need to get that shit together. They need to get rid of racism. That's going to be their downfall. Racism will go destroy white America. Facts. Because you constantly looking over here, but your enemy going to come from over there. I think white America's stupid anyway. Because some of the black people got the ability to do great things, and why wouldn't you use that for the betterment of the whole country? Why would you try to have them go to worse schools and have them dumb, have black Americans not at their full potential, where you could benefit from it? You got to be stupid as hell. White America could benefit from black Americans doing great things, but you so busy scared they're going to outdo you that you rather do without because somebody could do it better. And that's surely a loser. Anytime you can have better things for you, but you don't want it because a black person did it, you's a loser. You ain't got no chance in hell. Y'all out there letting them people bully people in 2025, 2026. Y'all down there in Texas with that? All you racists that's watching me, you're going to lose everything you got. Racism going to be the destruction of you. Because you looking over here, but your enemy going to be Mother Nature, the one going to take you out, not me. You looking over here, but you should be looking at this water and fire and stuff. And you really should be hollering at black people, the more natural people, to try to help you build a society that's more in tune with nature. Because you destroying yourself. I don't know why you hate black people. You tearing you giving your own self cancer. You giving your own self diabetes. You giving your own self liver cancer and all that. You destroying yourself. Ain't no black man drop ticks off all over the country. They saying a white dude did that, allegedly. They saying Bill Gates trying to destroy you. That's what they saying. I ain't saying it, but he not black. Black people ain't gonna make you get no microchip. Black people ain't gonna make you take the mark of the beast. And to you black people, stay out that shit. Get your emotions out of this Carmelo Anthony situation. And get off of social media talking black race stuff, making yourself a damn target. If you over here on social media, you posted anything about whites, white racism, all that, you making yourself a target. That's why you see me going down the middle. You don't see me doing that. You think you talking some strong stuff. No, you telling people, here I am, come destroy me. That's what you doing. That's what you doing when you come over here with all that anti-white stuff. You really snitching. You really self-snitching on yourself. That's what you doing. You are self-snitching. You asking for some attention you don't want. Just tell my subscribers, do not get caught up in this race conversations on this social media. Let that go. And know that if a black person come on your account talking some super black anti-white stuff, that could be the police. That could be a federal agent trying to send you off. Stay out of that. I'm telling you, stay out of racist type conversations on social media. Stop targeting yourself. Y'all better listen. Because this situation is going to get a lot of y'all targeted. Leave that alone. Leave that Austin Metcalf shit alone. I'm telling you. Leave it alone. Leave it alone. If you ain't going to talk about it down the middle like me, leave it alone. Because certain conversations are supposed to only be between black people. And once you put it on social media, it's gone. And if you go back and watch this, watch how many people targeted me trying to get me to jump out the window. I don't know if y'all seen it. I don't know if y'all seen me curve people that was trying to get me to get into a racist type. You know what I'm saying? They was trying to get me to go and get into a black versus white thing. I don't know if y'all seen it. And I curved it. I curved it. I'm not doing that. I don't got time for race issues. I have not bit on none of this situation going on and jumped into it, this versus that. Why would I do that? Why would I make myself a target? Do not make yourself no target on this social media. Shut the hell up. You know what I'm saying? It's real simple. Repeat the words that come out of my mouth. Don't talk about it. Be about it.